1, 2. Good morning, Mr. Slager. Good morning, everybody.
Morning, Chairperson.
You ready?
We are ready, Chairperson.
Yes.
Chair, what we have the two witnesses we have today, one is Ms. Sameera Sooliman, the other is Ms. Halima Allana. On the stand right now is Ms. Sooliman, and I think she will be ready to take the affirmation or an oath. And then I will...
Yes, but there is legal representation for other persons. Let's get that on record.
Okay, that's for...
Yeah, let them place themselves on record.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
Good morning, Chairperson.
Good morning, good morning.
Advocate van den Heever, instructions, Mr. Matopo. We got notice yesterday of the appearance of the witnesses. As Chairperson knows, we've got an interest in the evidence, so we're here to see what's happening. Just for the record, I act for Mr. Anosh Singh.
Yes.
I also just want to place on record my learned friend has been kind enough to arrange for us to get a copy of the witness's updated statement.
Yes.
If Chairperson recall, there were certain instructions given on the last occasion.
Yes.
So I'm awaiting that. So we'll see where we go today with this. We do, of course, depending on what's happening, reserve our right, if necessary, to bring an application for cross-examination.
Yeah.
But until we know what the position is, it's very difficult.
Yes.
So we'd appreciate to deal with that issue.
Yes. Did you say you represent Mr. Koko as well today?
No, I don't.
Okay.
No, Chairperson, I'm not representing Mr. Koko today.
Okay.
In fact, I've never represented him.
Okay.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's Nigel Little from Shane Little Attorneys. My client is Mr. Salim Essa. Mr. Essa likewise received a note last night, and that is why we're here.
Yes. Let me just get the spelling of your surname.
L-I-T-T-L-E.
L-I-T-T-L-E.
Chair.
T-T-L-E.
The conventional spelling, Chair.
Oh, okay. Okay. No, that's fine. I think when you came to chambers, I didn't get, I seem to have heard something that you didn't say. I thought it was another witness. Now that you have mentioned it's Mr. Salim Essa, of course, I am quite interested in Mr. Salim Essa, as you would know.
We've noted, Chair, and likewise Mr. Essa has some interest in what's going on here.
There was correspondence. I think now that I know you represent him, I can understand your remark about correspondence between yourselves and the Secretariat.
Yes, Chair. There were certain things we took issue with in some of the proceedings here and in some of the correspondence. Yes.
Is this an indication that he would be prepared to come and give evidence here?
I think Mr. Essa is comfortably ensconced in Dubai, but we're happy to cooperate if there's something that the Commission wishes to inquire of Mr. Essa. We're happy to cooperate.
Well, I think that the correspondence that would have gone from the Secretariat to your office not so long ago would have inquired whether, if the Commission were to set aside time for him to appear, he would be prepared to, he would undertake to appear. I'm not sure if there has been a response. I would be interested in knowing, you might or might not wish to say now, or you might let me know in due course what his position is.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we're in the process of preparing a response. I'm happy to discuss it with you. There are a number of things we take issue with, and we will deal with it in due course. But I'm happy to discuss it with you, Chair, if you would make time available for me.
Yes, no, that's fine. Maybe what should happen, because you are here, in due course, maybe you could discuss with Mr. Selega or the legal team, and they would brief me on the discussions.
Yes, I think Mr. Seleka did indicate to me, Chair, earlier on that he would have, after he's finished with his session today, have a discussion with me.
Yeah, okay, all right.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So the witness could be sworn in or affirmed.
Please administer the oath of affirmation.
Please state your full names for the record.
Sameera, Sooliman.
Do you have any objection to making the prescribed affirmation?
No.
Do you affirm that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
If so, please
I'm sorry,
raise-
I don't think that will be recorded. Do you mind taking your mask off? I think there is enough social distance. Otherwise, what you say won't be recorded, and it's important that it should be recorded. And then maybe speak up a bit. Start afresh, please.
Please state your full names for the record.
Sameera, Sooliman.
Do you have any objection to making the prescribed affirmation?
No, I don't.
Do you affirm that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
If
I-
so, please raise your right hand and say, I truly affirm.
I truly affirm.
Thank you very much. Thank you for availing yourself, Ms. Sooliman, to assist the commission. Okay, all right.
And I should say that, Chair, on short notice.
Yes, on short notice. We appreciate that.
Yes. Thank you.
Now, I see that you have put your mask back on. If we will be able to hear you, that's not a problem. My concern is that we might not hear you. But if we can hear you, that would be fine. But based on what happened when you started the oath, I don't think we will hear you. Is that fine? Okay. I think there is enough social distancing. Yeah. Okay, all right.
Ms. Sooliman, also just keep your mic on.
Mike, yeah.
Your microphone. Thank you. For the purposes of Ms. Sooliman's evidence, Chairperson, the affidavits are contained in bundle 18, bracket B. The first affidavit is on page 1565.1.
Yes.
Ms. Sooliman, I'm sure you're not familiar with the proceedings. There is a bundle in front of you, properly marked and paginated. The pagination you should concentrate on, which I will always be referring to, is on the top left-hand corner, the black pagination. This is a huge file, so the numbers are quite unusual. So 1565.1.
And use the black numbers on the top left of each page.
Yes, you are there. So on this page, you see between trim lines, affidavit, I, the undersigned Sameera Sooliman. You see that?
Yes.
That's the first page of this affidavit. It runs up to page 1565.11.
Okay.
You see that? Please stay on the last page, or the last two pages. Would you confirm the signature on page 1565.10 that it is your signature,
Yes, it is.
signed on 17 March 2021. You confirm this to be your affidavit?
Correct.
You confirm that the contents of this affidavit are correct?
Correct.
And true and correct. Thank you. Chairperson, I'll beg leave to have this affidavit admitted as Exhibit U34.1 together with the annexures thereto.
The affidavit of Ms. Sameera Sooliman, which starts at page 1565.1, is admitted together with its annexures and will be marked as Exhibit U34.1.
Thank you. The affidavit we received this morning, Ms. Sooliman, it's on page 1565.67.1.
Yes,
You are there?
I got it.
Between tram lines, you see the supplementary affidavit. I, the undersigned Sameera Sooliman. And this affidavit runs from that page to page 1565.67.9.
That's correct.
You see that? I see on the page just before the last, this one has not been signed. Have you provided the investigators with a signed one?
I did.
You updated with the signed one.
Are they making arrangements to get us the signed one?
Yes,
Well, the one I have here, well, Ms. Sooliman, you might be able to explain. The one I have here is initialed by, most pages have got initials which look like KS, as well as another one which looks like an your abbreviated signature. But on the last page, on the page where you are supposed to have signed as the deponent, it is not signed by you. But on the page on which the Commissioner of Oaths was supposed to sign, he or she has signed. Do you know what happened?
Oh, I went and he forgot to sign it, so I had to go back to have it re-signed.
No, but he signed it, but you didn't sign on this one that I
On,
have.
on this one, yeah, I went back with the signed one. I've sent them the signed one already.
You have a signed one. That's the one
Yes,
that. Yeah,
because
but what
when-
had happened on this one?
When I went to the police station, he took the whole lot and he signed it, and he forgot to get me to sign this one, so I went back.
Oh,
Yeah, and then I just sent it through to Rohan.
okay.
And I brought the original as well.
Okay, we'll admit only the one that's properly signed. Then it's just select.
Yes,
But
Chair,
I
indeed.
think we could start with the other one.
That's right, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
Ms. Sooliman, let's go back to page 1565.1. And you could either freely or by reference to your affidavit, just by way of background, just tell the chairperson who you are, where you work, and what do you do.
I'm Sameera Sooliman. I'm a travel agent from a company called Travel Excellence based in Lenasia. My duty is to do travel arrangements, air tickets, accommodation, and packages for my clients.
Yes, when did you start working for Travel Excellence?
It's about 7 years ago. 7 to 8 years. It's going to be 8 years this year.
Yes, that takes us back to about what, 2013?
Yeah, correct. Well, 2016, so say from about 2014 I was part-time with them.
Yeah.
And then after 2016 I was full-time.
How did you come to work for them?
So my colleague Halima, Allana, and I used to work together in a travel agency called Freeway Travel. We met there. Thereafter we were retrenched, and I was employed at a company called Harvey World Travel. Halima didn't join me. She started her own company. In 2016, we were retrenched from Harvey Travel, and I contacted Halima to ask her if I could join her in her company.
Yes. Did you start on a part-time basis and later you were appointed permanent?
Yes, sir. I was actually expecting in 2016, so I was working from home. And once after July, so it was July, August, September, I started on a full-time basis.
Yes. Okay. Mr. Seleka, do you want to get her to deal with the background to Travel Excellence?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Ms. Sooliman, that's on page 1565.2. You could tell us about Travel Excellence, who...
Yeah, this would be non-controversial stuff, I would imagine.
Yes.
Yeah. When was Travel Excellence established, if you know, Ms. Sooliman?
Travel Excellence was founded in 2013 by Mr. Sharif Allana and his daughter Halima Allana.
Does it, or who owns it?
Mr. Sharif Allana owns it. He owns the company, and Halima Allana is his daughter who was with him in the business, and then I joined in after.
Yes. And does this travel agency specialize in any other flight arrangements, like hotel accommodations?
Yes, sir. We do flight arrangements, hotel accommodations, tours, everything that a travel agent should do.
Does it have its own license?
No, we are not. We work as non-IATA agents, and then we work under consortiums to issue tickets for us.
Is it acceptable to work without a license for a travel agent, or what
Yes,
is the
sir, it
position?
is.
A license required?
You don't need an IATA license so long as you ticket through an IATA agency, which we were doing.
Which is what you do.
Yes.
And what entity do you normally use for that purpose?
Sorry, sir?
What entity do you normally use for that purpose that has got a license?
Oh, you mean
What travel agency that has a license?
Serendipity Worldwide Travel.
Yes.
We were using them all these years, but due to the corona, they lost their business. They liquidated.
And do you offer any credit to your clients?
We do, sir, a 14-day.
Tell us about the credit you
So we normally have corporate clients that we know quite well, and we give them a 14-day account.
Yes. Okay. And how big is the organization, Travel Excellence?
We are a very small organization.
Yes.
We just consist of three of us. It's
About three of you?
3 of us. So it's Halima, myself, and 1 staff member.
Yes. Okay, all right. Mr. Seleka, do you want to take it from there to the next topic?
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Sooliman, evidence has been laid quite extensively here before the Commission about particularly one of your clients, and I would like you to tell the chairperson about him and how you came to know him. That is Mr. Sameera. Can you do that?
I can. Okay, so when I was working at the travel agency in Houghton, I was introduced to Mr. S, and I can't remember through who. You know, when you're in a travel agency, you just get referrals as per how you work. So he was introduced to me, and ever since, he was my client, and I used to handle all his bookings.
What's the name of the travel agency you were working for when he was introduced to you?
I was working for Harvey World Travel.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're also into liquidation now. Harvey World Travel doesn't exist in Houghton
Yes.
anymore, yes.
Okay. Continue how your working relationship started and so on.
So, like I said, it was a referral, and I was contacted by him, and I used to do all his travel arrangements for him.
That was from when, in terms of year?
So it would be around about 2015.
So well, 2015 you would have been with Travel Excellence, isn't it?
No, so 2016 I left Harvey World Travel, but I used to deal, you see, Harvey World Travel, we used to work on commissions. So obviously the money wasn't enough for us. So because Halima being my friend, and she had an agency, so I used to do the bookings, and some of the bookings she used to handle for me through her company, through Travel Excellence, literally.
Yes, but you understood you to say in 2014 you were working for Travel Excellence on a part-time basis.
Correct. So 2014 and 15, 16. So literally when we left Freeway Travel, okay, I went to Harvey World Travel. Halima started Travel Excellence.
And which year was that?
2000
when you went to Harvey?
Harvey World was 2013 because that was the time we were both retrenched from there and she started her business.
You were both retrenched from Harvey?
From Freeway Travel.
Freeway Travel?
Yes, sir, in Ridgeway.
In 2013?
Correct.
And then you went to Harvey?
I went to Harvey.
And she went to start
Travel Excellence. But I didn't start Harvey immediately. I was without a job for a year and a half.
Okay. So when did you start with
I
Harvey?
started only with Harvey Travel in the beginning of 2016. So it was there only for like 6 months or so. So in the time being of from 2013 to 16, I was working from home through Halima. She was doing bookings for me.
Okay, all right. Let me get this clear. From when up to when were you working for Harvey?
So Harvey Travel would have been, I think, a period of 8 months. So it would have been like 2015. And then, or maybe a little earlier than in 2015, because I was expecting in 2016. I remember I was like 3 or 4 months pregnant when I left there, because then the company closed down.
So you would have worked for Harvey?
You know, sir, I can't remember exactly the date. We had no contracts or nothing. So 2015,
hang on.
Hang on.
You were working for Harvey from when to when? I don't necessarily expect you to tell me the exact dates. I just want to have an idea.
2015 to 2016, early 2016.
And did you say it was for about 8 months?
Yes, around about 8 months.
Okay. From some time in 2015 to some time in 2016?
Correct.
Okay. But did you say in 2014 you were already doing some work for Travel Excellence on a part-time basis?
Correct.
Okay, so when you were at Harvey, were you also on a part-time basis?
Correct, sir.
So 2015, 2016, part of those years, you were part-time at Harvey?
Earning commission.
But at Travel Excellence, when did you become full-time or permanent?
So 2016, July, I gave birth, and straight after that, so a month or so after that, by August.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah. Obviously, 3 months temp first, and then it was first a 3 months temporary employment, and then obviously full after that. But 2016, by August or so, I was working with Halima already on a full-time basis and no other company.
After you had given birth, you gave birth in 2016, is that right?
Correct.
And after you had given birth, you started with them, with Travel Excellence.
Correct.
But initially on a temporary basis.
It was like, you know, like any company, you get a 3 months probation.
Yeah, it was probation.
Correct, sir.
Okay, all right. And thereafter you became permanent.
That's right.
You become permanent after about 3 months or so?
I did.
Okay, all right. Okay, all right. So when you started interacting with Mr. Salim Essa, when he was introduced to you, was he introduced to you when you were acting or doing work for Harvey or for Travel Excellence?
He was introduced to me at Harvey.
At Harvey?
Yes, sir.
Okay, around about 2015 or 2016? Or can you not remember?
Would be 2015.
2015?
Yes.
Okay, all right. No, that's fine. And then when you stopped working for Harvey, he went over with you to Travel Excellence.
He did, but there was not so much travel being done during that period because I wasn't employed as yet. And like I said to you, I was expecting, so I wasn't doing much work until August of 2016.
Yes, no, but...
yes, he was. He did.
Yeah,
as my
ultimately
client,
he came
as my
to
client,
Travel
sir,
Excellence.
I used to do his travel, correct?
Yes, but is the point you are making that when you started with Travel Excellence after you had given birth, he didn't immediately come over to Travel Excellence, but he did come over in due course?
He did come over. I can't tell you.
Immediately?
Yes, I can't remember when was the first ticket I issued for him when he came over, though.
To Travel Excellence?
Correct.
Okay, all right. You said you can't remember who introduced him to you.
So, in our
Oh, it was
community...
just a referral?
It was a referral. Somebody
Oh.
referred him to me.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, all right. Mr. Select.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, Ms. Sooliman, I noted a couple of years there, 2013, 2014, and I think that's why the chairperson was trying to clarify. If you look at your affidavit, paragraph 16, you say there that, well, let's see 15. 15, whilst I was employed at Harvey World, I was introduced to Mr. Sameera, whom I then serviced as a client. Then 16 says, after a while, many of the employees, including myself, were let go from Harvey World. I then contacted Ms. Allana and joined her at Travel Excellence around June 2013. Ms. Essa, being my client, followed me to Travel Excellence. So you may want to clarify.
Okay, so sir, remember Halima and I worked together at Freeway Travel. We were dismissed at the same time.
Yes.
Okay, in 2013.
Yes.
In 2013, we were dismissed. Obviously, me being unemployed, I kept in contact with Halima, so if I had any personal clients, she could handle them for me.
Yes, but I think Mr. Selega is asking you about the fact that...
Yes, Mr. Essa came
Hang
along.
on, Ms. Sooliman. We can't both speak at the same time. Wait until I finish. Mr. Selega is asking you about the fact that in paragraph 16 of your affidavit, you say that I then contacted Ms. Allana and joined her at Travel Excellence around June 2013. So you say you went to Travel Excellence in June 2013 in your affidavit, whereas in answer to my questions, you said you joined her permanently only in 2016. So what do you say about that discrepancy?
What I'm saying is in 2013, when we left from Freeway Travel, she started her business and I was unemployed, sir. So I had to take my clients with me to her, but I'm not saying Mr. Essa booked with me from 2013 at Travel Excellence. Okay, I said he followed me. I didn't say he started booking at 2013. I was unemployed, and I went to work for a company called UC Mass, which is a normal arithmetic company, in order to earn a salary, obviously, to look after my family. And then in 2016, the gentleman from Harvey World contacted me and said, we worked with him. He was somebody that I worked with at Freeway Travel, that he's opening his company, Harvey World, would I like to join him? That's when I joined him in 2015 for the 8-month period. So basically,
Yes.
End of 2013 and 14, I was unemployed. And
No. I understand that. When you say in your affidavit you joined Miss, is it Halima? Allana. When you say you joined her at Travel Excellence around June 2013, is that factually correct?
Yes, I wasn't with her full-time, sir.
Yeah,
I joined her
you
just
joined
to hand
her.
over some of my clients because her company had only started in 2013, so it was not running. Remember, a non-IATA agency doesn't run a full company. It's like literally one laptop and one person with the clients you get in. So
Yes, but what I want is, what do you mean when you say you joined her?
I joined.
Hang on. Just wait until I finish. Okay. What do you mean when you say you joined her at Travel Excellence around June 2013?
So literally, I handed over some of my clients to her in 2013.
Yes.
So if I...
For her to take as her clients, or for what purpose?
For the people that I used to get, I used to refer to Halima to make a booking, and I used to earn a commission on the booking that she used to make for me.
Okay. Is that what you were talking about when you said initially you were part-time with Travel Excellence?
Correct.
Is that what you were talking about?
Correct.
Okay, all right. Mr. Selega?
Thank you, Chair. So,
just listen to questions, Ms. Sooliman. Just cool down, be calm, listen to the questions, and answer them directly. Okay? All right.
yes.
Okay.
Yes, Ms. Sooliman, so you joined, as you say, Travel Excellence. You do say that Mr. Essa followed you as a client. Now, in your affidavit, you have specifically referred to certain bookings that were requested by Mr. Essa on behalf of two individuals, or two gentlemen. One is Mr. Anod Singh, and the other is Mr. Koko. I would like you to first deal with the request, the request in relation to Mr. Singh. And you could tell the chairperson how Travel Excellence came to do bookings, flight bookings for Mr. Singh.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Selega. Before she does so, Ms. Sooliman, would you explain how the payment arrangements that you may have had as Travel Excellence with Mr. Salim Essa? Whenever you made bookings, how did payments occur? Did you have an account with Travel Excellence, or did you not have an account with Travel Excellence? Does Travel Excellence always open an account for every client, or what is the position?
Okay, so we don't open up accounts for everybody. We only open up accounts for people that we know. And that's only if they ask, sir. We don't open up accounts for anybody off the street. So we would only give them a 2-week period. Sometimes, the tickets used to be issued and paid the very next day, but we did give that leeway of 14 days.
Is that the basis? Did you have an account with Mr. Salim Essa?
We did, sir.
Yes. Okay, continue, Mr. Selega.
Yes, thank you. So this, Ms. Sooliman, I was asking how it came about that you serviced, and we could start with Mr. Singh in particular. Whether you even know Mr. Singh, and how you came to do flight bookings for him. Yes.
Okay, so I don't know Mr. Singh from anywhere. Like I said to you, sir, we get referrals in the travel industry. He was referred to me via Mr. Essa.
Yes. Okay.
I never ever met him, you know, on a face-to-face basis, like to say this is Mr. Singh and this is Sameera. It was either on a telephone call or a WhatsApp message. And then I would receive a message to say I was referred to you by Mr. So-and-so and kindly do a booking for me.
Yes. Did you have an account created for Mr. Singh?
No, sir. If it was anybody referred to me by a certain person, that person was the guarantor basically, because I would take a word from the client that I knew. I wouldn't open up new accounts for everybody. So it would then, I know which is not the right thing to do because we are a very small company, we didn't have big account systems. So just for our record, because in travel agencies you don't have a big account system, but for our record purposes and payments, we used to name it after the person that referred the person to us as a guarantor.
Well, when you took a particular client as the guarantor of another client or another person,
Yes.
would this be an arrangement that you made with the person you regarded as the guarantor, or was this just your own internal arrangement? You would not speak to, for example, Mr. Salim S and say, we will take you as the guarantor for Mr. Singh because we don't know Mr. Singh, but we know you, and this means that if he doesn't pay, we'll expect you to pay. If that was the case, would you have that kind of discussion with the person you regarded as the guarantor?
Absolutely. I would ask him first if I could make the booking without payment, and then he used to say to me, no problem, if there's a problem, contact me.
Okay. And would you do that with every other client who introduced somebody if you were going to take that client as the guarantor?
No, sir, I wouldn't. It would be, actually in a travel agency, you don't even give account because if I issue a ticket with an airline, I need to pay immediately. So there was only like maybe one or two of my very good clients that used to book with me that I used to give them that privilege.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And Mr. Salim Essa was one of them?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Mr. Slager?
Thank you. So the arrangement, from that explanation to the chairperson, the basis on which Mr. Salim Essa either referred or introduced you to Mr. Arnold Singh, was it on the basis of you having him as a client or simply rendering a service to him?
Well, sir, he used to help me get a lot of clientele. He used to help me get a lot of clients.
Who is that?
Mr. Issa
Okay.
used to help me get a lot of clients. So because of the service I provided to him, he used to give me a lot of referrals. I didn't know whether Mr. Singh would book with me more in the future, but depending on my service, maybe he would.
Yes. Well, you have referenced in your affidavit, page 1565.4, paragraph 22.
Mr. Solega,
Yes.
I don't want to forget this because it's urgent. Maybe you or your junior would, during the tea break, no, there will be no tea break, but I think your junior could do this in the meantime. Inform Mr. Koko's legal team that we can have a hearing tomorrow. So during the day session, so they can be here at 10. But remember, there was that issue yesterday that we left hanging, and we said they would be informed today.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, all right. Yeah. I'm sorry to have interrupted your questioning, but I didn't want this to delay.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah. Okay.
The chair's not double booking himself.
Well, I hope not. I don't think so. Well, but you let me know if you know something that I've forgotten. But I don't think so.
Yes. No, I was told last night. We will talk it during the tea break. Yes.
Well, we won't have a tea break today because we started late.
Okay.
Yeah, let's continue.
Yes. Ms. Sooliman, in your affidavit, you referenced 7 bookings that you made on behalf of Mr. Singh. Mr. Singh has largely accepted that Travel Excellence did make the bookings. But he raised issues in regard to your invoices. And I know that you deal with those concerns of his in your next affidavit. We are waiting for the signed one. But perhaps you could tell the chairperson, insofar as, one, Mr. Singh says, well, let me not tell you what he says. Let me ask you, these bookings that you made, who paid for these bookings? And you could take, if you like, you could take the chairperson through each one of them. And I could do so for you. Paragraph 22.1.
Yeah, I think you should lead her to say which one, when, from where to where, who paid and whatever, because each time you can indicate that Mr. Singh admitted that the trip did happen, yes. and where he didn't be disputed, obviously you have to say that. But we could get over this quite quickly because for most of the trips, the only issue that's disputed is who paid.
And
one or two things. Yeah. So let's get going on those lines. Yeah.
Thank you. Ms. Sooliman, let's start in paragraph 22.1. The booking you say was requested for Mr. Singh to fly from Dubai to Johannesburg on 8 June 2014. You say, I cannot recall who made the request. Mr. Singh was issued with a ticket number, and the number is given. You refer to the annexure SS1. I do not know how Mr. Singh flew to Dubai. The total cost charged was 9,100 rand. The invoice was addressed to Mr. Singh, although it was charged to Mr. Essa's account. I cannot recall whether I spoke to Mr. Essa or Mr. Singh, but one of the two gentlemen phoned me to tell me a driver would be dropping off money in cash to settle the invoice, which indeed took place. I attach here to the cash receipt, dated 16 July 2014. So on the first one, you seem not to recall who called you in order to have the payment made.
Not the payment, sir, the booking. The booking and the booking and the payment, literally.
Yes.
Because the booking was requested, I can't remember. There were a few people that used to request his booking.
Yeah, just face the chairperson, because I want you to address the chairperson.
The booking was requested, there was a booking made for him. I can't remember exactly who requested the booking, but it must have been Mr. Singh. Because most of his bookings, he used to call me to make a booking for him. He used to call or he used to message me.
Who is he?
Mr. Anoj Singh.
Mr. Anoj Singh used to call you for most of his bookings. Is that right? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, he used to call me for a few of his bookings, not all of them.
Okay. Well, you said most.
Mostly because he had a holiday package as well that his partner contacted us, sir.
Yes.
So I can't say he contacted me for that booking. So he did contact me for his bookings, but when it comes to the payment, I cannot recall who called me to say the payment will come to me. You understand? Because the booking was made for him. Like I said, his account went under Mr. Essa's because Mr. Essa was the guarantor for the booking. But Mr. Singh paid for his bookings.
Mr. Singh paid for his bookings?
For his bookings whenever he traveled.
So when he had called you and asked you to make a booking,
correct,
he would pay for his booking?
He would say, I would send you the payment.
He would send, and ultimately he would send it.
Correct.
Okay, all right. Continue, Mr. Selega. Yeah. Take them one by one, I think, so that there will be clarity.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, with regard to the bookings or the trip in paragraph 222.1, you say that the invoice was addressed to Mr. Singh, although it was charged to Mr. Essa's account. And you can't recall if you spoke to Mr. Essa or Mr. Singh, but one of the two men called you to tell you that a driver would be dropping off money in cash to settle the invoice. So you say in regard to this one, you addressed the invoice to Mr. Singh, is that right?
Correct, sir, for our records.
Yeah. Sure. Now, would you address the invoice to him only in regard to those bookings where he had called and asked you to make the booking, or would you address the invoice to him even in regard to those bookings where either Mr. Salim Essa or his secretariat called?
Okay, so when Mr. Singh was traveling himself, all those invoices would have been made out to Mr. Anod Singh.
Okay.
Because it was his air ticket.
Yes.
Although for my record on my statement, it would go onto Mr. Essa's account, and next to it I would write Mr. Singh. So I knew it was payment for him.
Yes.
That needed to be collected.
Okay, so if Mr. Salim Essa called, or his secretary, to say, please make a booking for Mr. Singh, the invoice would be addressed to Mr. Salim Essa, and then you would make a note that it's in respect of Mr. Singh. Is that what you are saying?
No, sir. If it was Mr. Essa's booking for him, the invoice would be made out to Mr. Essa.
Booking for himself?
Correct.
Okay.
If it's a booking for Mr. Anod Singh, whoever would call me, the invoice would be made out to Mr.
To that
Anod.
person?
Correct.
Okay, all right. And you'd expect payment from that person?
Correct.
Okay, all right. So in this case, in regard to 22.1, you had addressed the invoice to Mr. Singh, so I take it that he would have been the one who had called to ask you to make the bookings.
Like I said, he could have called, or maybe his partner, so either one of them would have called. Correct,
okay, right.
Correct. But that was only the Dubai-Johannesburg sector.
Yes.
Yeah, correct.
Okay. Mr. Selega, what did Mr. Singh say about this? How was this one paid for? You want to put that to her?
Yes, according to Mr. Singh, well, in respect of all of them, he said he paid himself.
Yeah.
How he paid, it wasn't clear how he paid, but I think one of the methods he mentioned was that was a cash payment.
Well, he said sometimes he made cash payments. Sometimes he said he made EFTs. And I think sometimes he talked about...
You said that right. Well, there's other cash payments.
I can't remember, something like, I don't know whether it was a Voyager Miles or something like that, I'm not sure. Did he use to pay cash?
Most of the time was cash, sir. I think there was maybe one occasion that was a holiday or something that an EFT was done, but most of the time was cash payments. I must be honest, I did no Voyager booking. If Voyager bookings can only be made by the client themselves.
Okay. Now, and did he also, as far as you know, do EFTs? Transfer money?
Hardly.
Hardly?
Hardly. It must have been only one which I'm not even sure. I think it was one transaction that we did for a holiday vacation,
Yeah.
but the EFT came via somebody, not through him himself.
Yes, okay. Now, when he made cash payments, how did that go about? How did he go about doing that?
He used to send me a WhatsApp or a
Yeah.
call and said that somebody would be dropping off the payment.
Yes.
And most of the time, it used to be dropped off at my place. I was living in Mayfair at that time.
Yeah.
Offices were in Lenasia. It was
Yes.
much easier to drop it off by me.
Yes.
And payment used to come to me. Then I used to ring my office and say, I've received so much for Mr. So-and-so. Kindly receipt it out. So I never used to have a receipt book at home
Yes, okay.
because the receipt book was in the office.
Yes,
And
okay.
immediately on that day, the cash used to be deposited.
Okay, all right. Now, you say, so he would call first or send a WhatsApp message and say somebody would drop the cash,
Correct.
and the cash would be dropped at your home.
Correct.
Okay. Now, did you know whether the person who was dropping the cash was his driver, or did you not know that?
Sir, I didn't know because there were different gentlemen dropping it off all the time. So it wasn't like one specific person. But I can
Yes.
tell you I know who the driver is. I
Yes. And would you make out receipts each time?
don't. Sorry?
You would not be able to make receipts at home, or would you make some receipts?
No, they didn't take receipts.
They did not take receipts.
No. Receipts were not given. Receipts were kept in my office
Yeah.
for record purposes to show that I've received the money.
Yes.
But
Did
no,
they never
no,
ask for receipts?
No.
Did you offer them receipts at some stage?
Well, they never ever asked for it, so I never gave a receipt.
Yes.
Because you know, in travel, you actually don't give a receipt. Your air ticket is actually a receipt.
Oh, okay.
You know, in the old days, we used to get those tear-off tickets, so that was literally your proof of receipt. Only the e-tickets have only started like a few years back now.
Okay, okay. Okay, continue, Mr.
Thank you, Chair. In respect of this particular, I think, invoice, which is marked SS2, and you can go to it on page 1565, 113, because Mr. Singh raised a question mark there. You said the invoice is issued to Mr. Singh. If you go to against his name, passenger, you have Singh / Anoj, and you have route, SA / is it Dubai? And
Yes,
back,
sir.
Johannesburg, I think.
Yes.
Below the date, the words appear there, ticket void / COB. Mr. Singh questioned this, that the ticket
I'm sorry, where are you?
on page 1565, Chair,
Point what?
point 13.
Okay.
Okay, I forget to mention the point. It's a text invoice.
Yes.
And we are looking at the table that sets out the details of passenger and route, airfare. In the column route, the words appear there, ticket void / COB. And Mr.
1565.13.
0.13, correction.
Or
Under route, there's a table.
yes, I can see that.
Yes.
But what does that mean? Ticket void, stroke COB.
Can I explain it?
That's what
Okay.
I'm asking you to do.
So basically, in a travel agency, we don't earn commission, right? You know, everything is 0% commission. As a non-IATA agent, when you ticket through an IATA agent, we get charged for everything that we issue. Okay? So literally on that day, probably the ticket was issued for a specific date. I can just give you an example for the 16th of April. And then afterwards, I would get a call to say, no, I'm not traveling on the 16th of April at 4 o'clock. I'm traveling at 23:25, for example. The ticket needs to be voided and reissued for the correct time and the correct date. We get charged for it. COB is a change of booking fee. So any booking that you make, any airline, you have to pay a change of booking fee. So ticket void doesn't mean that he never used the ticket. If you go to SAA and you check that ticket, which we did give to Mr. Pule, it's shown as a flown sector.
Yeah.
So that ticket was used, it was not voided. The reason why we write ticket void is because we voided that ticket on one day and we reissued another ticket. So we need to charge 350 Rand because we get charged for it through our consortium.
Oh, so that 350 Rand is the charge for changing the tickets.
It's a charge for changing the ticket and voiding it. So
Yeah.
it was probably a change of time or a day,
Yeah,
and it was a reissue,
yeah.
literally.
But otherwise, what would have changed would be times
Or the
for
dates.
flying or dates.
Correct.
Yeah, yeah.
Correct.
Okay, but in the end, effectively the same ticket would be used.
Absolutely. It would have been reissued for a different time or different
Yeah.
date.
Okay, okay. All right. Continue, Mr. Slur.
Thank you, Chair. So in this, okay, I think that was the only aspect that he queried. So on the next page, 1565.14, it's a receipt. Can you tell the chairperson what this is?
So 9,100 Rand could have been a change of class booking. So normally when somebody travels, you get different classes of bookings. And it's a higher fare for each class that you book. So the 9,100 Rand was an upgrade in fare, which had to be paid for because I had to pay the airline. And it was sent to me in cash payment, and that's what that receipt is for.
Does that relate to the same booking as we find at page 1565.13?
That's correct.
Okay, all right.
So that receipt is dated 16 July 2014. Page 1565.4. Yes, that page. What do you... The cash paid to Sameera, is that yourself?
Yes.
On the next page, which is page 1565.15, can you tell the chairperson what is this document?
Well, maybe before we proceed, let's just cover this. Did anybody ever pay for Mr. Arnold Singh's bookings other than himself or his partner?
No, Mr. Singh paid for his bookings himself.
Nobody ever paid for him,
Not as far as I know.
including Mr. Salim Essa.
No, payment maybe would have been given by Mr. Singh to Mr. Essa to give to me. But definitely I would get a call from Mr. Singh to say I will send the payment.
Yes,
Yes, so I'm not aware of anybody paying for his trip.
yes. So the only thing that Mr. Salim Essa did was to introduce Mr. Arnold Singh to you,
Correct, as a client.
and that you took Mr. Salim Essa as Mr. Singh's guarantor. But even that was not something you discussed with Mr. Salim Essa, or you did discuss that with him?
I did say that previously, sir. I did tell him about it, that I'm going to use him as my guarantor because in
Yes.
case I don't receive the payment, what do I do?
Yes, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So other than that, namely that Mr. Salim Essa introduced Mr. Arnold Singh to you and two, that you had a discussion with Mr. Salim Essa that you would use him as a guarantor. Other than that, the bookings that were made in respect of Mr. Singh's traveling, you are saying were bookings that either he phoned and asked you to make, or his partner phoned and asked you to make. Is that right?
Correct, sir.
And in terms of payment, Mr. Singh would phone and say he would send somebody to come and make payment.
Correct.
And you say that almost all the time, maybe only once, almost all the time it was cash.
That's correct.
There may have been one or two times when it was EFT.
I can't say 2 times. I think it was
It's
about
one that you, okay, no,
that I
I'm
recall.
trying to,
Yeah.
to make sure I understand.
Yes,
Yeah.
correct.
Oh, okay, all right. You have, do you know whether in your affidavit you have covered all the bookings that you ever made for Mr. Singh, or are there others that you might not have covered?
Sir, let me be honest with you. Whether I gave it or not, when Halima was approached in 2018, all the travel documents were already given to her by the Hawks.
Yes.
And then she just gave a cover up with all the bookings. So every single booking, you see, because like I said to you, in small travel agencies, you don't have an accounting system because we were a non-IATA agent. But Halima is the accountant and a consultant. So for her records, she used to have statements for each person.
Yeah.
And which saved us is that everybody's date of travel would be on the statement.
Yes.
So she picked it up from there because, I mean, many years ago, my computer crashed. Hers was the only one that managed to save.
Yes.
I mean, they managed to get the information off when the Hawks came to her. They got the information from her.
Yes. But you said she got the information from the Hawks.
Yes, so literally we had the information, but they came to her and said, give me a proof of this and give me a proof of this, which she did in return.
It's like they already knew.
Yeah, they already knew because they had gone to South Africa. This ticket that you're talking about of South African Airways, that was given to Halima and then she just gave a repeat copy. It was
Yes.
given to her from SAA already.
Yes. But is your answer that, as far as you know, you have covered in your affidavit all the bookings that you made for Mr. Anuj Singh, or is the position that you don't know whether it covers all of them? What is the position?
It does cover.
It covers all of them?
Sir. Yes.
Okay, all right. Okay.
Yes.
Mr. Selega, continue.
Yes. Back to that page, Ms. Sooliman, 1565.15, I was asking you to explain to the chairperson what is that document.
You mean the bank deposit?
Yes, page 5. Yes, you're on that page. 1565.15.
Okay, so this is our statement, right?
Yes.
So what do you need me to explain to them?
Explain to the chairperson what it is and what do you seek to show in respect of it.
Okay, so basically when payment used to come through to me at my place, whether it was cash, most of the time obviously cash, I would, like I said to you previously, I would ring the office and say, Halima or the lady who was there, I've received payment and it was for this ticket. They used to receipt it in the office in Indonesia. Like I said to you, I never worked in the Indonesia office. I always worked from Johannesburg. And then we would deposit it into the account.
So that was the deposit made on the 16th of July 2014.
Yes, 16th July, correct.
Now, I remember that in respect of this booking, Mr. Singh said he agreed that he travel on that date, but that it was a Transnet-related trip.
Sir, whether his outbound trip was a Transnet trip, that I don't know because I had only issued the Dubai-Johannesburg sector.
Yeah.
And that was paid to me, as you can see from the invoice, and you can see as per the payment.
Okay, Mr. Selega, just keep your eyes on the real issues.
Yes.
Because the main issues are he did bookings for Mr. Anoj Singh, and the next thing is who paid.
Yes.
So she has already said that for, I don't know whether she said most or all of the trips, bookings that she made for Mr. Anoj Singh, Minister Anoj Singh paid for them. That's an important issue.
Yes.
Now, there may be some details that are important, but a lot of them might not be important. Now, Ms. Sooliman, you say in paragraph 22.2 of your affidavit, which is at page 1565.4, 1565.4. Have you got it?
Yes.
In regard to that trip, you say, in regard to that trip, you say Mr. Essa settled this via EFT to my NetBank account. I subsequently transferred this from my NetBank account to the account of Travel Excellence. I also attach here to the receipt issued on 6 August 2014. That's in respect of a trip where you say the booking was requested by Mr. Singh's partner, and it was for Mr. Singh and her to fly from Johannesburg on 6 August 2014 to Dubai and back to Johannesburg on 12 August 2014. You say Mr. Singh and his partner were issued with ticket number. You give the ticket numbers, and you say the total cost was 60,000 rand, which was charged to Mr. Essa's account. Is that true?
Yes, sir. It was done into my personal NetBank account.
Yes.
Because obviously we needed the payment immediately. Sometimes if you do it like, different banks, it takes some time. So probably the cash was arranged between the two of them and given to Mr. Essa. And as Mr. Rohan checked my NetBank account, I couldn't even remember. He saw this transaction of 60,000, which then was written there it was done from Mr. Essa's account. But it was obviously for Mr. Singh's travel.
At this time, you were, which is August 2014, you were still on a part-time basis with Travel Excellence.
Correct.
Is that right?
Correct.
Mr. Slega, do you want to take her to those annexures?
Yes, Chair. If you please turn to page 1565.17. And you will have to compare it. Well, Mr. Singh raised some discrepancies in regard to the amounts, but let me draw your attention to the main point that he was raising. The invoice on page 1565.17 has a date of 31/7/2014.
Okay.
And it is that amount of 60,000. But this invoice date is before the travel date, August 2014.
In other words, the dates on the invoice don't correspond with the dates you give in paragraph 22.2 of your affidavit. What do you say about that?
You mean the invoice date and the travel date is different?
Well, look at the invoice at page 1565.17.
Yes.
There, the date given is 31 July 2014, It doesn't say that is the date for traveling, so I don't know, maybe it's the date when the invoice was issued. And the account number given is C000365. Whose account is that? Do you know?
Okay, so that account number, like we said to you, was allocated to Mr. Essa, okay?
Yes.
Because nobody else had an account with me, sir. So literally when Halima used to do, she had an account number for each person that we did an account for.
Yeah.
So that would go on her invoice. But as you can see on 1565.16, there's an invoice on the 31st of July generated through from Serendipity Tours.
I'm sorry.
The page before, sir.
You are going to page 1565.16. What do you say about that invoice?
Okay, so that invoice was issued on the 31st of July from Serendipity. That was the day we actually issued the air ticket.
Where does that date appear?
In the little box on the right-hand side where it says document number, date, account number.
Okay, it says date without saying date issued or date of traveling. What date is it?
No, sir. If you see on the right-hand side, you know the invoice that's got Serendipity Tours written on the top?
I see the box you're talking about on the right-hand side.
So it says date 31/07/2014, right?
Yes, but what I'm saying to you is that it doesn't indicate whether that's the date for traveling or the date of the issue of the invoice. So I want you to explain what date it is.
That's the date of the issuing. So there's a system called Quick Trav on the travel agency.
Date of the issuing of the invoice.
Invoice and air ticket. The invoice and the air ticket.
And the air ticket.
Correct. So as soon as I issue an air ticket with Serendipity, who's my consortium,
Yeah.
immediately within the day before the end of the evening, I receive an invoice like this, which got the date on the top. That means that's the day I issued the ticket. It's not the date of travel. It's the day I issued the air ticket.
Okay, all right. So the date of traveling would appear somewhere in the body of the invoice. I see that in the column in the middle at page 1565.16, it says passenger dip date. Is that the date of departure, dip date?
Correct.
Correct?
Correct.
And then it says route, and then it says class.
Correct.
And then it says Anuj Singh. Then it says 06/08/2014. Would that be the date of departure?
Correct, sir.
And then there's a hyphen, then it says 12/08/2014. Would that be the date of arrival back?
Return.
Okay, all right. So is that the invoice that you issued that is now at page 1565.16 that you issued in respect of the booking that you talk about at paragraph 22.2?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. And what is the tax invoice on page 1565.17?
Okay, that, like I said to you, is for our records in our travel agency.
What is the total on the invoice at 1565.16?
Okay, so 1565.16 is what Serendipity Tours charges us.
Yeah.
Remember, we are travel agents, we get corporate fares, sir. If he had bought this ticket direct from South African Airways, he would have paid a ticket of 48,000 per person. But being in the travel industry for so long, each consortium gets corporate fares. So we gave him a corporate fare, which was 18,000 rand cheaper per air ticket. So they charge us this price, and we need to live, we need to make a commission. So basically, the one where you've got here on 1565.17 is what we charge the client and what the client would pay us.
Okay, I see in the invoice at page 1565.17 that the total appears to have been 60,000 rand. Is that correct?
That's right, sir.
And the total on the invoice at page 1565.16 is it 53,420?
That's right.
That's the total on that one. So you say that is what you would get charged as the travel excellence.
Correct.
So you would then, for the total to go up to 60, then you added your commission.
Yes, and remember, we pay ticketing fees to the consortium as well.
Yeah.
So from that commission, we pay the consortium ticketing fees, and for using the Galileo system, we have to pay for. So all that money doesn't come to us. It's literally what we have to pay as well.
Okay, all right. Okay. But now, you issued this invoice to Mr. Anuj Singh, is that right?
Yes.
I see that at page 1565.17 you wrote Mr. Anuj Singh and then you wrote walk in.
That was just a record for us as how we used to, because like I said to you, I allocated his account to Mr. Essa's. So it was just something that Halima used to, because he was a new client, so she just named him as a walk-in client. Although he wasn't a walk-in client, it was via telephone.
Yes. Okay. Now, where is something that shows that Mr. Salim Essa settled to this account of 60,000 rand via EFT?
There is EFT on the back page, if you see, 1565.18, there's my personal account.
That is at 1565.18. What is that document?
Yeah, explain to the chairperson.
Oh, so this is the EFT that was done into my net bank account.
Okay. Now,
Yeah.
It's the EFT that was done into my net bank account.
yeah, but did Mr. Salim Essa transfer the money from his net bank account to your net bank account? Or did he transfer it from his account to your net bank account?
Correct.
Okay. And then you subsequently transferred it from your net bank account to travel excellence account.
Correct. As an immediate payment.
Okay. Is there a date that appears on page 1565.18 in terms of this amount?
The date is
I can't see.
Yeah.
the first entry.
Yes.
It's
No.
2014/08/06 or 05. I can see the last one.
Now, do you still have this net bank account?
Sir, I don't have it. This was taken by Mr. Rohan. I don't even have this. He brought it to us when I was called in first for the...
You closed the account or whatever?
No, I have the account, but they
Yeah,
wouldn't...
no, that's what I'm asking.
No, I have the account.
Do you still have the account
Yes,
at
sir.
NetBank, same account?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So, which means that this having been 2014, if this has not been done, you could ask your bank account to provide information as to where that money came from.
Rohan does have it.
Or do you have that, Mr. Salim Essa? Mr. Selek? I apologize. I apologize. Have you got that?
No.
Have we got that?
Save for the description here, Chair, if I understand the chairperson's question, save for the description we see in there, it does indicate for Salim Essa, payment for Salim Essa.
What does it indicate?
Okay, after the 60,000, there's amount, and then there's description. Description says part payment for Salim Essa.
Why would it say part payment for Salim Essa?
That's the description.
Because, we should get a proper record or affidavit from the bank. That says their records show that this money that came into Ms. Sooliman's account came from whose account where. Now, it may be that in terms of the laws of evidence, it might not be necessary to have an affidavit on the basis that a bank record will be enough, but you can apply your mind to that.
Yes, Chair.
Yeah, but if we need to know where it came from,
Yes.
and entered through the her account. And also what we need is whether on the day that she will say she did this, it was transferred into an account of travel excellence, and what is that account? You recall how soon after you had received this money in your account, you transferred it to travel excellence account?
I think when Rohan gave the statement, when I saw it at the first meeting that we went, he actually saw the EFT done on the same day from my account into travel excellence account.
Yeah, but what I'm asking is, this was a payment that was made in 2014, is that right?
Sorry, sir?
This was a payment that was made into your account in 2014?
Correct.
So what I'm asking is whether, after you had become aware that Mr. Salim Essa had transferred money into your account that didn't belong to you, that was meant to be transferred to Travel Excellence,
Correct.
how soon thereafter did you
The
transfer it?
same day?
It might be the same day?
Yes,
or
the same
okay.
day.
Yeah, she says the investigators. Ms. Sooliman, are you saying to the chairperson, the investigators have a document, a bank document that shows that you transferred the money on the same day?
Yes, Mr. Sileke. I didn't have anything of the sort. So when I went to the first meeting with Mr. Jabu and Rohan, he brought this out to me, and I think he saw the transaction where it was EFT to Travel Excellence.
Those are the investigators, Chair.
Yeah, that must be explored so that we have got the full trail.
Yes.
And there is proper evidence.
Yes.
Yeah, because it's an issue that is disputed.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And
okay, and you will give your cooperation to whatever needs to be done. Is that right?
I did previously as well, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And then if you look at page 1565.19, what is that? What is that document?
Okay, so like I said, we needed to keep records of money coming in, whether it was EFT, whether it was credit card, whether it was cash payment, because we obviously paid serendipity money, so we needed to know for who the ticket was and when the money was received. So obviously when the EFT came into me, I then sent it to Travel Excellence, and they made the receipt out for their records.
That's a receipt dated 6 August 2014, and it's written Anuj Singh, hash S Nike, and then it's written 60,000 rands only. Invoice number AS87301. What does AS stand for?
AS87.
I'm on page 1565.19.
Yes, I'm just checking where this invoice number. Oh, it's our invoice number, sir.
Yes.
So A just means account.
Oh, okay.
87, yeah.
And S,
No, where's the S? Oh, I don't know what the S is.
you don't know, but it's
No.
your reference.
Let me-
It helps you inside Travel Excellence to locate it and say who it belongs to.
Basically, it was just a receipt, so Halima knew that the account number, the invoice number 87301
Yeah,
was the invoice, and that was the payment for the invoice.
yes. I see that below 60,000 rand, which is, it's 60,000 actually, but I guess it represents 60,000 rand. It's written EFT hyphen Salim Esa. Who wrote out this receipt?
We had a girl working in the office, so she used to, one of the admin girls, so she used to make receipts out for us in order for us to keep record of payment.
Who would have told her who the money came from and what the money was for?
I would tell her,
You would have told her?
yes.
Okay, all right. Okay, that was that trip dealt with in paragraph 22.2. Mr. Seleka, do you want to proceed?
Yes, Chair. But there's a question just before we move on, Chair, because Mr. Salim, Mr. Lord Singh, on this particular aspect, he queried the date of your invoice, which is 31 July 2014, and the date of payment, according to the bank document you show on page 1565.18. The date, which I've read out with some difficulty, I think is 6 August 2014. And which shows that Mr. Salim Esa made the transfer. But he says you could have created the invoice after the fact and backdated it in order to match the 60,000, which is, you say it's a bank transfer by Mr. Esa, an EFT transfer by Mr. Esa.
So what he's saying is that the receipt and the invoice date don't tally.
No. Okay.
Yeah, the invoice you said is the 31st of July, right?
The EFT transfer
And was on the 6th of August.
on the 6th of August.
Yes.
It could have been made, but that you might have created your invoice after the fact, after the date of that payment, and backdated it in order to match the 60,000 that is allegedly paid by Mr. Esa, so that you can link him to Mr. Esa as Mr. Esa having made the payment for him.
So, Mr. Chairman, that's not possible because the invoice on 1565.16 for the 31st of July, if you can find out from Serendipity Tours, is an automated, it's like as soon as you issue the ticket, the invoice shoots out. So I can't backdate something like this and it doesn't come to me. I haven't done this invoice. This invoice has come from my consortium. I don't have the quick trap system to backtrack it.
Yeah, according to him, he paid for this invoice. The invoice himself.
He could have given the money, he obviously gave the money to Mr. Esa, who then in turn EFT'd it to me. How could I don't know where else I could have got the money from. Because it tallies up to the invoice.
And then lastly, on that Serendipity's invoice to you,
Yes.
there is a date at the foot of the page on the left-hand corner, just by your thumb,
Yes.
of 13/11/2018. And he was querying that as well.
I don't know where this it's probably the IATA system that came, it's a system, you can see this is a system-generated invoice. I don't know what this date is here at the bottom. It says IATA, so it's probably the IATA billing number. The date of the IATA billing.
Okay, but
You know, the billings used to come out every fortnight, so probably that was the billing number.
Yeah. But that's not an invoice Travel Excellence generated.
No, this is not travel excellence invoice, it's serendipities.
Okay. Well, Mr. Seleka, I've quickly had a look at the various paragraphs in which Ms. Sooliman deals with bookings for Mr. Essa. It would seem that the difference in their versions is narrowed down, can be narrowed down to two in terms of what's really important on the big picture.
Yes.
She has said that most of the bookings that she made for Mr. Anoj Singh were paid for by Mr. Singh. Okay? All except one, she said, was in cash. But on her, she has also said in the affidavit, and she has confirmed in her oral evidence, that there was one account for Mr. Singh that was settled by Mr. Salim Essa via an EFT. Now she has testified about that. The only other one where it would appear, or from her affidavit, Mr. Singh did not pay for himself, is one dealt with in paragraph 22.7 of her affidavit, starting at page 1565.6 and going to 1565.7. That's a booking for Mr. Singh to fly from Johannesburg to Dubai on 24 February 2017 and back on 27 February 2017. She says she can't recall who made this request, but she says Mr. Singh was issued with a ticket, and she gives the ticket number. And she says she also booked, or they also booked a ticket for Mr. Rajesh Kumar Gupta, Mr. R. Gupta, for this flight, together with visas for Mr. Varun Gupta, Mr. V. Gupta, and Mr. Kant Singala, Mr. Singala. She says the invoice was addressed to Mr. R. Gupta and was charged to account number C000349, which was the account belonging to Sahara Computers, the Gupta-owned entity. That's what she says in her affidavit. She then says the total amount invoiced was 134,560 rand. And then she says, to the best of my recollection, I received a call from Mr. Ashu Chawla, who was our contact person at Sahara Computers, who informed me that a driver would be dropping off the money in cash. This indeed took place, seeing as a driver dropped 170,000 rand in cash shortly thereafter. The difference would have been for settlement of outstanding fees on their account, CSS 26. This cash was again given to a friend who in turn made an EFT payment to our Travel Excellence FNB account. It seems that the only other booking involving Mr. Singh that she says was not paid for by Mr. Singh. Of course, she says, to the best of her recollection, she received a call from Mr. Chawla. You have heard me read what you have written here.
So remember that this affidavit is being written on behalf of myself and Halima. This one here was written by Halima. She used to deal with Mr. Chawla and Sahara Computers. So between Halima and I, we used to split the account. So she can clarify that when she comes on stand.
Well, this affidavit is not written on behalf of yourself and Ms. Allana. It's your affidavit.
We both have the same affidavit. We both have the same affidavit.
Well, your affidavit is your affidavit. You didn't both sign this one. You were the only one who signed this one, isn't it?
Yes, I signed it, but okay, this what the story on 22.7.
Yeah.
Halima was the one who used to deal with Sahara Computers.
Yeah.
So yes, we used to, it was both a travel excellence account, but...
So you know nothing about it?
No, I used to see the bookings being issued and stuff. I'm not saying I don't know about it, but when it used to come to the accounts and some of the bookings like for the Gupta passengers and the visas, etc., Halima used to deal with the Gupta account. And then that booking was made for Mr. Singh was made when Mr. Chawla contacted Halima to make the booking.
But the question is, you have personal knowledge of what you wrote in paragraph 22.7, or is it something that is only known by Ms. Allana?
No, I know about it because every booking that Halima makes or I make, we can see each other's emails and we can see each other's bookings. So
Yes.
I am aware of the booking, yes.
Yes, but you didn't deal with the people in regard to this booking yourself.
No, sir.
What you've written here is based on the records.
Yes, I know that the booking took place because
Yeah.
everything's on my computer, right?
Yes, okay.
But I wasn't consulted to make the booking, but I am aware of the booking, yes, for sure.
Yes. So where you say, to the best of my recollection, I received a call from Mr. Ashur Chawla, who was our contact person at Sahara Computers, who informed me that a driver would be dropping off the money in cash. Are you talking about something that you have personal knowledge of?
Of the cash?
Of
Yes.
the call?
Of the call from Mr. Chawla. So he rang Halima to tell her that the monies will come to me.
Yes. He didn't ring you.
No, he rang Halima.
So that part of the affidavit is not correct.
No, it says here, a
It says, I
driver.
received a call from Mr. Ashur Chawla.
It was both from both. This was Halima's first affidavit.
Sorry?
So, Mr. Pule, the first affidavit, the
Just-
first affidavit that came when I went to Santon was the one that Halima gave the statement to the Hawks, okay? And then Mr. Jabu and Mr. Rohan said to me that I need to agree to all of this. So she gave the first affidavit, and I agreed to all of this, and we both had to sign the affidavits. So the only second one that came in was for some corrections was when we were approached by Mr. Pule. So where it means this affidavit was from, Halima and I both had to speak in one affidavit. Literally, they didn't call me in on that day.
Who was doing that? I mean, an affidavit is for a single person, you know. Another one can confirm if they confirm. If you say, I received a call, it must be because you received a call, not because your colleague received a call.
Okay, so Mr. Chairperson, let me tell you, the first, when we were called in March, I wasn't called in. I went in on my own.
Called in by who?
By Mr. Jabu and...
The investigators.
Yes.
Yeah.
And Mr. Rohan, I think it was in Santon. So they called her in, and I myself went as well with her to accompany her. And then he said to me that we have the affidavit from Halima, and we just need to clarify that you agree to receiving the payments. Okay? Thereafter, the affidavit was sent to us, which I agreed to everything, but the call from Mr. Chawla, Halima used to get a call from Mr. Chawla for the collection of payment. Thereafter, we were both taken to the police station to sign the one affidavit, and only after that recently where we started with Mr. Pule and we had our two separated affidavits.
So you are saying, one, it is not true that you received a call from Mr. Chawla about, in regard to this booking.
Halima received a call from Mr. Chawla and I received the payment.
Yes, you
Yes.
did not receive the call.
No.
Okay. And did you know Mr. Chawla to be Travel Excellence contact person at Sahara Computers?
Absolutely.
Yes. And it is also not true that Mr. Chawla informed you that a driver would be dropping off the money in cash. Is that right? He did not inform you because he didn't call you.
Yes, he informed Halima and she in turn informed me.
Yes. And you say, and then you say, this indeed took place, that is the dropping off of the money in cash. Is that right? You say that took place.
Yes, yeah, he did drop off the money in cash, correct.
Did you receive the money?
I did, sir.
Yes. Okay. Now, have you read this affidavit in preparation for giving your evidence?
I have read it, yes.
Again. Have you read it again recently? Maybe yesterday?
Yes, the new
Yes.
one that I signed yesterday, I did.
No, this one. In preparation for giving your evidence, have you gone through it again?
I did, but I didn't see this one where it says I, because we were, you know, the one where you're asking me why it says I received a call from Mr. Chawla.
Yes.
I obviously not being in the law,
Yeah.
you know, in that I didn't know that we had to do two separate ones and we had to say me Halima or me Sameera, because this affidavit was written by her first. We were questioned about it and all we did was it was sent to us and we had to sign it together.
Okay, now, is there anything else in this affidavit where you talk as if it's something you have personal knowledge of, but you actually don't have personal knowledge of, that you are aware of, or would you need time to have a look again?
No, I can tell you.
Yeah, is there something else?
Yes, there's one more.
Yeah, tell me.
So there's one more for Mr. Koko, because Mr. Koko's travel arrangements,
Yeah,
Halima originated the booking.
yeah.
Okay. Let me tell you how. The email came to me. Okay. I probably wasn't available at that day, but both of us can see each other's emails. So in order for us to get the work done quicker, while I wasn't available, Halima started making the booking and she originated the booking. Thereafter, she handled the booking, she did the visas, she did whatever. The only other time that I got involved was when the payment came.
Okay. In regard to Mr. Koko.
Yes.
Okay, in regard to Mr. Anuj Singh, bookings for Mr. Anuj Singh.
No, everything else.
Everything else is fine.
Correct.
You have personal knowledge of.
Correct.
It's just this particular one that we have discussed.
Correct. I did know about the travel.
But the call didn't come through to you.
Correct.
Okay, all right. Okay. Mr. Sooliman?
Yes, thank you, Chair. That reminds me, Ms. Sooliman, of another issue that arose when Mr. Koko was testifying, which is, and we can get that out of the way quickly, paragraph 14 of your affidavit.
Yes.
14, page 1565.3. Are you there? It's
What page?
1565.3.
Okay. Yes.
It reads, I have provided the investigators of the Commission with the documents I still have in my possession, including documentation attached to a previous affidavit. Then there's some corrections there made with your signature. I would like you to explain to the chairperson, how did the affidavit read first, originally, and what change have you made there?
Okay, so it says here, I have provided the Investigation Commission with the documents I still have in my possession, including documentation attached to a previous affidavit. That means I had it personally. I had the documents personally, and then the investigators picked up that this was from Miss Allana. So I was called back to the police station because the previous affidavit submitted to the Hawks was by Miss Allana. That's why there's a plus sign there and says Miss Allana. I had to go back to the commission and have it re-signed. So basically, in the previous affidavit, by Ms. Allana, not by Sameera.
So the first, what did the first affidavit say that was not correct?
The first affidavit said that the documentation attached to the affidavit previously is held by myself. But it was not held by myself, it's held by Ms. Allana.
Okay.
And she's the one who did the affidavit that was submitted to the Hawks.
So should the correction then be on two respects? Should the correction be on two respects? I still have in my possession, with the documents I still have in my possession.
I do not have the documents in my possession. Halima has the documents in her possession.
So you say here, paragraph 14, I've provided the investigators of the commission with the documents I still have in my possession. Was that factually correct when you said that in the affidavit at that time?
Sir, I never said that in the affidavit. Like I said to you, the first affidavit...
This one.
This one.
You say that in this one.
This one was typed out by Mr. Rohan, the investigator. Therefore, he called me back where he added in Ms. Allana's name to re-sign it.
But what did you intend this to read? What did you want to say?
I was not... When it comes to the Hawks, I wasn't approached by the Hawks at all.
Yeah.
Only Halima was approached by the Hawks. So that statement is for Halima, not for Sameera. That's why I was called in again.
So did you provide investigators of the commission with any documents at all?
Me, myself?
You
no,
yourself?
sir. No.
Yeah. So that was supposed to be something that Ms. Allana would say.
Correct.
Not you.
Correct.
So you say the investigators had prepared an affidavit for Ms. Allana, and how did that come to be in your affidavit? Did they take that you knew the same information, you provided the same documents, or was it just a mistake on their part?
I suppose it was just a mistake because I was not called in at all. I just presented myself to accompany Halima because I knew the people that we were dealing with, right? So that day I was not called in at all. I myself went in with Halima.
Have you dealt with this in your supplementary affidavit?
With this one here? No, this one they haven't. They've only make me do that addition where it's written Ms. Allana and the signature. That's all.
I think there should be a supplementary affidavit, Mr. Selega.
Yes, Chair.
That explains properly why we have this paragraph in here. She has this paragraph in her affidavit.
Yes.
And how that came about and what actually, whether she disowns the paragraph in its entirety, in the sense that it was a paragraph that should only have been in her colleague's affidavit, or whether it should have been in her affidavit with some qualifications or not.
Yes. Yes, Chair.
Okay. I think with regard to Mr. Anuj Singh, I don't know if there is something else of significance that you still wanted her to question. You still wanted to question her on. If so, you may proceed. But from my point of view, I think in terms of the important things,
Yes.
she's covered. She has covered. There may be some dispute about whether a particular trip happened or not, but I'm not sure that it matters much. The point is that there are 2 points or 3 points. The bookings were made, traveling happened for most of the trips, And she says Mr. Singh paid for most of those in cash. He paid once by EFT, and there was once when Mr. Salim Essa settled his account, Mr. Anut Singh's account. Then there is the arrangement relating to Mr. Chawla, that trip.
Yes.
She didn't receive the call from Mr. Chawla. Her colleague received it and told her about it, but she received the payment. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
That's the, seems to me that as far as Mr. Singh is concerned, that's the substance of the evidence.
Yes, no, that's correct, particularly that none of the trips are disputed to have been taken, except for the purpose, well, the nature of the first, which Mr. Singh says is a business trip. And I think his argument is that it would have been paid by Transnet.
Yeah, but in the context of her evidence, it seems to me that's neither here nor there, because whether it was paid for by Transnet or by himself, it doesn't matter for purposes of the Commission's investigation. The important thing was whether they were paid for by Mr. Salim Essa, and insofar as there may be something to be made of the cash payments, but that's a different matter. There is no dispute between them, Ms. Sooliman and Mr. Anur Singh. Mr. Anur Singh himself said most of the payments were cash payments.
Yes,
okay, so we are at 1 o'clock. I think we should adjourn for lunch, and then when we come back, she can deal with bookings for Mr. Koko.
Yes.
Will she be dealing with the bookings relating to Mr. Zwane?
Not her, Chair.
Oh, Mr.
Allana. Ms. Allana.
Okay, all right. So she deals with Mr. Anur Singh and Mr. Koko only.
Oh.
Okay.
She's shaking her head.
Is that correct?
No, not with Mr. Koko's booking. Was like I explained to you just now. It was email was sent to me, but Halima she did the entire booking.
Oh. Well, let's see when we come back, because I see in paragraph 23 you say, during December 2015, I received a request from Mr. Essa to arrange flight tickets for Mr. Machela Moses Koko. So let's, when we come back, you can clarify whether there's something you have personal knowledge of, you, in the sense that you did receive the call, or whether it's one of those where the paragraph should have been in your colleague's affidavit. Okay, let's take the lunch adjournment. We will resume at 2. We adjourn.
test audio. 1 2 1 2 testing audio. Digos. 1 2 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 12 15 16 20. Happiness. Culture and MCR as well. 1 2 3 4 1 2. Sure. 1 2 1 2 1 2. Happiness. Sure.
Okay, let's continue.
Thank you, Chairperson.
You remembered to contact Mr. Koko's lawyers?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, okay.
She has already sent.
All right.
Ms. Sooliman, shall we proceed? We are in Eskom bundle 18, bracket B. Sure, I'm still, okay, there's certain details she gives in regard to that trip she talks about in paragraph 22.7, which I thought should be drawn to your attention, but I'm still waiting for that affidavit which is signed. So, Ms. Sooliman, let's deal with the travel arrangements for Mr. Machala Koko. And that you found on page 1565.7 of the bundle we are dealing with. And so in the course of your explanation to the chairperson, you will explain what you personally know and the role that you personally played, and distinguish what you did to what, if Mr. Allana was involved, to what she did. Yeah.
Yes, I think on paragraph 23, you say in December 2015 you received a request from Mr. Essa to arrange flight tickets for Mr. Machala Moses Koko and two of his family members. These being Miss Musimo Elizabeth Koko and Mr. Piha Koko. Did that happen? Did you receive such a request from Mr. Essa?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, first I need to apologize. I think it's the first time I testified. In the beginning, when you asked me when my child was born, it was not 2016, it was 2013.
Oh, okay.
Yes, so I do apologize. It's the first time I'm testifying, so I was a bit nervous, yeah?
No, that's fine.
Okay, where it comes to Mr. Koko's, you've asked me, I received a request. Absolutely correct, I received an email.
Okay. From Mr. Essa.
Correct, the email is attached.
Okay.
I received an email requesting bookings to be made for Mr. Koko. However, Halima and myself too received each other's emails. I was not present to do the booking, the actual booking. So you will see in the next emails, Halima made the actual booking. Air tickets were then issued and were sent off to Mr. Essa by Halima. Visas were done and were sent through to Mr. Essa through my staff member Sajida at the office. Okay, so where it comes to the arrangements of the flights, yes, it was emailed to me, but she then took over the booking. And the only other part was then when the email had come through for the payment, which I then received the payment from the driver.
Okay. Mr. Seleka, you want to take it from there? But I think if she says there's an email she received from Mr. Essa, let's go there. I don't remember seeing it. I don't know if it's here.
Yes.
Is that email here, Ms. Sooliman?
There's a string of emails.
Is it attached to your affidavit?
There was a whole string of emails that came through.
Yeah, we're talking about an email you would have received from Mr. Salim Essa in December 2015 with regard to Mr. Koko, because you said you received an email.
Yes, I did receive an email.
Well, probably it's not here, because if it was here, one of us would know.
No, we would have known, yes.
Yes.
What you have attached, Ms. Sooliman, is what you say CSS 28. Now, if you go to SS 28, which is on page 1565.41. Point 41. So there are emails and obviously you have to read them from top up. There's a string of emails which start on page 1565.45.
Okay.
So from top up, is an exchange of emails. Maybe you can explain that to the, I don't know whether you're familiar with all of them, but they're
Well,
attached
maybe
to
let's
that.
start with this. Are you certain that the initial request came by way of an email
Yes.
as opposed to a phone call?
Yes, sir. It
You are
was by
certain?
an email.
And it was
Probably.
December 2015.
Yes.
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 Now, the email that the evidence leader has referred you to, there is on that page an email from Saida or Sajida to salimesa@gmail.com, sent on 23 December 2015 at 22:12 in the night. And the subject is one visa for travel. And it says 3 times Coco family visa. But that's not an email from Mr. Essa. The one on top of that is an email from Mr. Essa to yourself, dated 3 January 2016. But for now, we are looking for December. If we don't have that email here, do you know whether you can access it and get it for us?
Yes, sir. Halima has it on her laptop.
You have got it on the laptop?
Yes. You mean requesting the booking?
Yeah, from Mr. Salim Essa to you in December 2015.
Yes.
You have got it?
Yes.
Okay. Will you arrange for that to be given to the legal team?
Yes, sure.
Yeah, okay, all right. I think Mr. Selega, a short supplementary affidavit can be done,
Yes.
which refers to paragraph 23,
Yes.
and say this request referred to in paragraph 23 was made by way of an email from Mr. Salim Essa to me. I attach that email to this affidavit. Okay. Okay. So okay, Mr. I guess we don't need at this stage to go to these other emails because she says the email can be accessed.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, Chair.
You can obviously deal with them in terms of your plan at whatever time you want to deal with them.
Yes, if necessary.
Yeah.
Because the issues that arise here, if I may go into that, Chair, from Mr. Koko's evidence. So, Ms. Sooliman, the trip here relates to what you have said and we have seen from the evidence is a request to Travel Excellence to do flight bookings for Mr. Koko, his wife and his child from Indonesia to Dubai. You confirm this is what it relates to?
Yes, I confirm.
That was the one leg of the trip. The other trip, okay, that one leg was on the 4th of January 2016. The other leg is on the 5th of January 2016 from Dubai back to South Africa.
Correct.
Yes.
You confirm that you did that booking?
Yes, we did.
And that's not in dispute.
Yes.
Yeah. So just to, Mr. Koko admits that Travel Excellence did that booking for both legs, for the leg from Indonesia to Dubai and from Dubai to Johannesburg. and he accepts that the booking was made by Travel Excellence, and he says he never asked Travel Excellence to make the booking himself. And I think from your side, you say you are not saying that he asked Travel Excellence, as I recall here, and he thinks that Ms. Daniels from Eskom, a colleague of his, must be the one who asked Mr. Salim Essa to ask Travel Excellence to make the booking. I don't think that there are any issues between the two of you on that aspect.
No, but I don't know who Suzanne Daniels is. So.
Yeah. Okay. So here you confirm that it was Mr. Essa who requested that bookings be made for Mr. Gogo and his two family members.
Yes, the email will confirm that.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah. Do you recall by any chance what date that email was? Or you can't? We will see it in any event when we see the email.
I think it was maybe around about, like in January, I can't remember the exact date, maybe 16th or somewhere around there. No, it can't be, I lie, because he traveled on the 4th or 5th of January. I don't know the date.
Yeah, you say in here it's during December 2015.
Yes, I don't know the exact date.
Yeah, no, that's fine. We'll see it when we get there. Continue, Mr. Selega.
Yes. Well, you do have those emails, which are from 22 December 2015, on those pages I've referred to, but we will wait for the right email.
Oh, okay.
What I'm talking about is, if you go to page
maybe while Mr. Selega is looking for the right page, did you ever have any interactions with Ms. Susan Daniels from Eskom in relation to any matters relating to Mr. Gogo?
Not at all. I saw her name for the first time in an article. I don't know who she is.
You have never interacted with her?
Never.
Okay, all right.
Yes, I had given you that page of 1565.41.
Mm-hmm.
And then point 45, 1565.45.
Yes.
So the string of emails
Yes.
starting from 22 December 2015.
Correct.
I see that so we're starting from the top, from the end to the beginning, on page 1565.44 at the bottom of the page. I see an email where Halima Allana is copied.
Yes, correct, I see it.
Would you have...
Well, let's say first who the email was from and to who it was to and what the date was and the subject matter, what the subject matter was.
So, Chair, then let's start at page 1565.45. Ms. Sooliman, at the bottom of the page, there's an email from, then it says visas at climaxtourism.com, sent on Tuesday, 22 December 2015 at 15:56 p.m. And it's sent to Hajed.Machji, Climax Tourism, LLC, and Mohammed Abdo. Subject is one visa for travel. Thanks and regards. There's no message. Avi Ventura, Visa Department. Are you familiar with this email?
Yes, I am.
Can you explain to the chairperson what it related to?
Sure.
Tell us who it was from. It says visas, mile tour visas, climate tourism. Who is that?
Climax Tourism was our visa agent in Dubai.
Was another travel agency that you were using?
We can't do visas ourselves in South Africa for Dubai.
Yes.
So we have an allocated agent in Dubai that does visas for us.
Okay.
So Hajar at Climax Tourism LLC was the agent at that time that used to do our Dubai visa. So
I'm sorry, who was Hajar?
She's the visa lady in Dubai, the company in Dubai.
Of the other travel agency?
No, our. She was our agency. She was a lady.
Travel excellence person.
Not necessarily. She did visas for anybody, but we used her. We used Climax Tourism specifically at that time to do visas for Dubai.
Oh, she was independent.
Yes.
Yeah, but you would ask her to do visas for you.
Correct.
Okay, all right. And you say visas, Milto visas at Climax Tourism was a travel agency in Dubai.
That's right.
That you were using.
Correct. A tour operator and visa agency.
Okay, all right. Continue, Mr. Selega.
Yes, so who would have specifically made the request for Climax Tourism to assist with the visas for Mr. Koko?
Okay, so we received an email with copies of the passports for Mr. Koko and his family. And then Sajida
I'm sorry, Mr. Selega said for Mr. Koko.
Yeah.
It's not apparent from this that it was for Mr. Koko. Who was this, who did this email relate to?
So Sajida sent the passport copy. She's the lady that works for us.
Yeah.
She sent the copies to our visa agent in Dubai.
Yeah, whose visas was she dealing with?
The 3 visas for Mr. Koko and the 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
The 2 of them, the family members.
Okay, Mr. Selega, continue.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, so did you say who specifically made the request from your side to Climax Tourism?
Yes, Sajida sent the email through.
Yes.
So
I don't know, Mr. Selega, whether we need to bother about those details because it's common cause. The visas were applied for, processed by Travel Excellence.
Yes.
The only issue is that actually I don't even think it's an issue because Mr. Koko says I never asked them, and they are not saying he asked them to do that. So as far as I'm concerned, as far as the visas are concerned, she can't assist more because what she is saying is not disputed.
Correct.
So I think we need to move on to the details about the travel agents outside of South Africa. In the end, is neither here nor there.
That's right.
Yeah,
That's right.
I think what may be important is to go to these emails that you referred to at page 1565.41. Yes. That email, Ms. Sooliman, the first one from the bottom, it came from Sajida, and it was addressed to salimesa@gmail.com. Do you know that email address, salimesa@gmail.com?
Yes.
Whose email address is it?
It's Mr. Essa's email. I'm not sure if it was the receptionist.
Yeah.
But
did you use it when you were interacting with Mr. Essa or his secretary?
Yes, we used to use it quite often.
Okay, all right. And the subject is one visa for travel. Who is Sajida? Or is it Saida?
Sajida.
Yeah, who is that?
She's the consultant that works at Travel Excellence offices.
Oh, okay. Okay, now, she seems to have sent an email to Mr. Esa's email address, and she says 3 times Coco family visa. Thanks, warmest regards, Sajida. Is it Mayet?
That's right.
Yes. And did you know about this email at the time? You said you have access to one another's emails, is that right?
Yes, yes, correct.
Yeah, did you know about this email?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
It was with an attachment.
Okay, all right. And then the one at the top, Mr. Selega?
Yes. Just before that, I see 2 people seem to be copied there, Ms. Sooliman, in that email the chairperson was talking about of Sajida. There's CC Sameera Travel Excellence and Halima Travel Excellence. Is that you being copied there together
Yes.
with Ms. Allana?
Yes, it is, because Sajida is just our consultant, and whatever work she does, she has to copy us in order for us to know what's happening in the office.
Yes.
And do you remember receiving this email?
Yes,
At the
absolutely.
time?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Then at the top, there is an email from Mr. Salim Essa, Sunday the 3rd of January 2016 at 13:53. On the face of it, it appears to be an email to you, Sameera Sooliman. Is that yourself?
That's correct.
And the subject is forward, 1 visa for travel. And then the attachments are travel Machela Koko Moses, travel Musima Elizabeth Koko, and the last one, Peha Koko. Can you explain to the chairperson why was this email being forwarded to you, if it is a forward to you?
It does show as it was forwarded to me, but I don't know for what reason, because I do receive the copies anyway of the visas. So I'm not sure why it was sent to me again.
Yeah,
Are you talking about the top email, Mr. Selega?
yes, chairperson. The one of the 3rd of January 2016.
Yes. Do you remember receiving it, having received it around that time, or you don't?
Well, it shows as it was sent to me, so I must have received it on my laptop, definitely, because it was the time we were dealing with the booking.
Yes.
But I did have copies of the visas, irrespective, I did have copies of the visa. So I don't know why it was forwarded to me again.
What is your understanding of, if you have any, what was the message being sent to you? I see there's nothing written, just says attachments.
Yeah, there was no message. It was just forwarded to me.
Yeah.
So it could have been in error, Mr. Chair, because everybody did receive copies of the visa.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Selega.
Yes, then there's an email quickly, Ms. Sooliman, on page 1565.50. In fact, 2 emails.
I'm hoping we can be done with her by 3 o'clock.
Yes.
Mr. Selega.
Yes, Chair.
So that I can hear her colleagues' evidence
Yes.
before the evening session.
Indeed, Chair.
So we need to, try and move fast. 1565.50.
Point 50. Are you there, Ms. Sooliman?
I'm there.
So there's the top email from Mr. Salim Essa on the 4th of January 2016. And then there's a message, okay, please go ahead. Just below that, there seems to be the first email on 4 January 2016 at 17:55. Seems to be sent by Ms. Halima Allana, Travel Excellence. Says, salams, Mr. Essa, please confirm the below. Were you aware of that email?
Yes, sir. Like I said, we used to receive each other's emails, so I am aware of it.
Yeah.
And I was copied in it anyway.
Yeah, I see.
I'm sorry, Mr. Seleka. This is all still about the trip.
Yes, this one relates to the change of his booking from
Yes.
economy to business.
Yeah, but why do we need to go into details about it?
Yeah, no, not the details change.
Yeah, because it's common cause.
Yeah, not the details.
Let's look for those things that are in
Yeah.
dispute. Let's use our time
Efficiently.
to establish what evidence there is in regard to issues that are in dispute.
Yes.
Because as far as the visas and this trip, Mr. Koko admits the role of travel excellence.
Yes, then, Ms. Sooliman, the issue that Mr. Koko raised pointedly in regard to this aspect was the payment. There is a payment, and maybe you can explain to the chairperson rather, how you were paid for the service that you rendered in respect of this booking and the application for visas.
So, Mr. Chair, we did the booking. Obviously, the cost of the booking with the visas were 100,000 rand. I don't know Mr. Koko from anywhere. I don't know Suzanne Daniels from anywhere. The only means of receiving the payment, we received it from Mr. Essa. I know that Mr. Koko is saying that the 100,000 could have been for Mr. Essa's travel. Okay? But if you go into our records, there were two sets of bookings, one for Mr. Koko's family and one for Mr. Essa's family. Mr. Koko's family was 100,000, which we received payment on the 20th of January. We deposited it and we receipted it for that. Okay? Mr. Essa flew out, I think his wife flew out in December, he flew out in January, something like that. His bookings, if you work out according to the tickets, worked out to 118,000 rand. We don't have the 118,000 rand all at once because we had an account for him. So he gave the money to a colleague who was in turn supposed to give it to us. But that colleague was a client of ours at Travel Excellence as well. And he paid us in drips and drabs to make up the amount for Mr. Essa's tickets.
But ultimately was the amount of 118,000 rand in respect of Mr. Essa paid.
Yes, it was paid.
Ultimately. And in the records of Travel Excellence, are there records that show when it was paid for in drips and drabs?
Correct. Halima has the statements and she's written on there the amounts that come in. Because if you see our statements, we have an amount of a ticket, say for instance 68,000 and 30,000 was paid towards that ticket. She would write it and allocate 30,000 was paid from this to that. Balance so much.
So, well, Mr. Koko put up a letter from Mr. Essa's attorneys, that was yesterday, which said that on the 20th of January, an amount of 100,000 rand in cash was paid, but it was for Mr. Essa, not for Mr. Koko. Your response is that Mr. Essa's cost of his traveling was not 100,000 rand.
No.
It was 118,000 rand.
Correct.
And it was Mr. Koko's costs that came to 100,000 rand.
Correct.
And that cash payment, you say, was definitely in respect of Mr. Koko's traveling.
Correct.
And you say in regard to Mr. Essa, payment was made, but over a period.
Correct. Actually, Mr. Essa paid in full to the person who was supposed to give it to us. But like I said, he was another client and he was stalling Halima, so he was paying it in drips and drabs.
Why would Mr. Essa have given the money for his own
Because
traveling to somebody else rather than give it to you
he
directly?
he wasn't in the country.
He was not in the country.
No.
So he sent it to somebody else.
Correct.
Who did he send it to?
One of Halima's clients.
Yeah, so Miss Allana will be able to tell us the name of that person.
Correct.
Okay, all right. And she will be able to deal with those payments.
Correct, sir. She deals with the payment, so she can give you a breakdown. Also, Mr. Chair, I need to ask you, if the payment did not come from Mr. Koko, how did he pay? Can he prove how he paid the tickets to me?
No, he says he never had anything to do with you or Travel Excellence, Mr. Koko. He says he had paid his own travel agency,
Which is Thompson.
Thompson's, for that. So, but he had asked Ms. Daniels to assist him with regard to the visas, and he says Ms. Daniels must have decided to ask her friends to sort them out for her, and that's how Travel Excellence got to do the visas and the bookings.
Okay.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
So you in your own mind, you are quite clear that the payment of 100,000 rand on the 20th of January was not for Mr. Esa, but for Mr. Koko?
Correct, sir.
You have no doubt?
I don't have a doubt because there is no other payment made for his ticket.
Yes.
And his was exactly 100,000 rand.
Okay. All right. Mr. Sooliman?
Yes. Ms. Sooliman, I've shown you the emails that are attached to Mr. Salim Esa's attorneys. That email where Mr. Esa says on the 18th of January 2016 that he's sending 100,000 with Shahid to cover, he says, this and the 11th, and leave me with some credit. That email comes after what seems to be a booking communication between you and him. And the amount there for his ticket appears to be 54,836 rand and 72 cents. So, if the amount was 54,000 and he's paying 100,000, doesn't that explain why he says he's paying for this and that will leave him with some credit?
But he says that I'm paying for this and the 11th. So the 11th was the previous trip that his child and his wife flew. So if you count up those 3 air tickets, it works out to 118,000. It leaves you with no credit.
I think you may want to provide us also with information relating to the trip you say it was of the 11th.
Sorry, what was?
You may want to provide us with details of the information of the trip you say was of the 11th.
Okay.
So I think that was the only contention.
Yeah, I think that covers Mr.
Yes.
Koko. So basically it appears that you only did the visas for Mr. Koko and his family members and his flight bookings from Indonesia to Dubai and from Dubai to Johannesburg.
Correct.
And throughout this you interacted with Mr. Salim Esa because you say he is the one who requested you to make the bookings.
Correct.
And you never interacted with Mr. Koko or Ms. Daniels?
Never.
Okay. I think that covers that. I don't know what's in this supplementary affidavit, whether there's anything that relates to Mr. Koko.
Yes, there is a paragraph, I think, but I'm ready to regularize that affidavit, Chairperson, because I have the signed
Yeah.
portion of it.
Is that the supplementary? I'm talking about the one that came yesterday.
It came this morning, yes.
Or this morning?
Yes, the signed portion. That's
Yeah.
on page 1565,
Yeah.
point 67.1.
Or have you got, you want us to replace, okay, let me have,
The page.
Mr. Selega, talk to me about this.
Yes. Chairperson, I've given you, what the orderly has is the entire affidavit, which is the original. The affected pages, which can simply be replaced, is 1565.67.7. And 0.67.8.
But the first page also has only one. Oh, okay, no. The initials are in different places.
Yes,
I thought
they
it
are.
was one.
Yeah,
So is that the only page that is affected?
that's correct.
Yes.
Ms. Sooliman, let's look at this affidavit in order to admit it. We looked at it this morning. It starts on page 1565.67.1. It's titled Supplementary Affidavit. It ends on page 1565.67.9 with the deponent's signature on page 1565.67.8. Is that your signature?
That's correct.
You signed the affidavit on the 17th of May 2021. You confirm that?
I did.
You confirm that the affidavit is true and the contents of the affidavit are true and correct?
Yes.
Does the affidavit have annexures as well? Does it have annexures?
No.
Chairperson, then I think...
What is at page 1565.67.11? Is that not an annexure? Are those not annexures that come after that? Are those not annexures to that affidavit, as well as 1565.67.10?
Yes, from point 10 onwards. What seems to be tax invoices from Serendipity.
Yes, an etiquette.
Is that an annexure to your supplementary affidavit?
No, I was only given these two.
Which ones?
From 1 to 9.
Oh.
67.1
Yes.
to 67.9.
Yeah, it does look like Well, I'm looking at 20, in paragraph 29. In response to the evidence of Mr. Singh, I attach here to the computer-generated text invoices received from Serendipity for both Mrs. Singh and R. Gupta. I further attach here to the tickets issued to both Mrs. Singh and R. Gupta. Mrs. Singh and R. Gupta from the tickets you'll see. So you are attaching certain annexures to the
Affidavit.
to the supplementary affidavit. Yes. Look at page 1565.67.10. Can you see that? It's a computer-generated text invoice.
Yes, correct.
You see in paragraph 29 that I've just read, you said
Yes.
I attach here to the computer-generated text invoices received from Serendipity.
Deputy tours.
So one of you just did not mark them.
Yes, they're not
That
marked.
must be SASS1, and then the one at 1565.67.11, that must be 2. And you then refer to 3 and 4, which must be page 1565.67.12, and yes, then there is that must be 12, and 13, that must be one attachment, I think.
Yes.
Then you have got 1565.67.14, which must be, which I think goes to point 15. Those are your annexures to the affidavit.
Correct.
I think, Mr. Sulega, you need to have these properly marked.
Yes.
She needs to have them marked, or they need to be marked. I think she must mark them.
Yes.
And then we'll admit it once everything is in order.
Yes, Chair.
Yeah, okay. I see that the supplementary affidavit just sought to clarify certain things,
In Mr.
special
Anosh's.
discrepancies. Yeah, okay. You confirm the contents of your supplementary affidavit as true and correct,
Yes,
and it deals with matters that are within your personal knowledge,
correct.
except where it's clear from the context
That's right.
that is not in your personal knowledge.
Correct.
Okay, all right. Are we done with?
That concludes the end of my questions for
Yeah.
Ms. Sooliman. Chair.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sooliman. Thank you for availing yourself once again to assist the Commission.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. So you have had the experience now. Okay, you are excused.
Yes.
Um,
So may I provisionally beg leave to have this admitted as an exhibit pending the proper marking of the annexures?
why don't you arrange for somebody to talk to her and get it marked in the meantime?
Okay.
There is no urgency to provisionally admit it.
Okay.
Yeah, but
No,
somebody
that's
can just speak to her, and that can be done so that it doesn't. I'll take a short adjournment now while you arrange for the next witness.
Yes, Chair.
Yeah,
Thank
that
you.
will be 10 minutes. We adjourn. Okay, Mr. Selega.
Thank you.
Ready?
Yes, we are, Chairperson. The next witness is Ms. Halima Allana, and she is ready to take the oath of affirmation.
Good afternoon, Ms. Allana. Thank you for availing yourself to help the commission. Thank you. Switch on your mic, and the registrar will administer the oath of affirmation to you.
Please state your full names for the record.
Halima Allana.
Do you have any objection to making the prescribed affirmation?
No.
Do you affirm that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God." Sorry. Do you affirm that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "I truly affirm."
I truly affirm.
Thank you. You may be seated. Mr. Selega.
Thank you, Chair. Chairperson, before you is bundle 19. And I'm going to ask for the Chairperson's guidance. Ms. Allana has submitted an affidavit to the Commission, which is on page 353.261.5 of that bundle.
Hey. These extensions of the page numbers.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, 353.261.5. Now, it has been incorporated in Exhibit 41, which is Mr. Zwane's exhibit of bundles. We have to mark this one appropriately.
Well, all you are saying is that it's in a bundle that contains documents relating to Mr. Zwane.
Correct, sir.
Yeah, that's fine.
Which have already been marked 41.1, 41.2, his affidavits. But let me do...
is this her only affidavit? I think there is another one, isn't it?
There is a confirmatory of hers where she confirms Ms. Sooliman's affidavit. And that is in the bundle we were dealing with, 18 bracket B.
Yeah.
And then we have that affidavit which she submitted to the Hawks. Which we have now kind of put behind in view of her own affidavit directly to the Commission.
But this is her main affidavit.
Correct, Jack.
Okay, all right. Go through what you need to go through.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ms. Allana, on page...
So she will cover Mr. Bookings in relation to Mr. Zwane.
Yes.
And Mr. Koko.
And a bit on Mr. Koko. But
yeah,
she's explaining something that may not be an issue anymore, Chair.
Yeah, okay. All right.
Yeah.
And don't we, what about travel? Aren't there travel bookings that were made by their agencies that relate to Mr. Gama and so on?
Yes, we saw it yesterday.
Yeah.
And then Mancha, I think Mr. Den.
Yeah, and Mr. Mancha.
Yes.
Because I think it would have been convenient for them to cover everybody so that they don't have to come back.
Yes. It's not covered in the affidavit, Chair.
Yeah, no, what I'm saying is to the extent that their travel agency made bookings in respect of other people,
Yes.
even if they fall under different work streams,
Yes.
it would have been convenient to
Yes.
make sure that once they are here, they give oral evidence in respect of everybody that they made bookings for, so that they don't have to come back.
Yes.
So that would have been much
Convenient.
better.
Yes.
But I guess it might be too late because those other people would not have been notified.
Yes, yes.
But soon after this, I think you must talk to the people involved in the other work streams so that arrangements can be made for them to then come back and just deal quickly with those issues. We shouldn't delay too long.
Yes.
Yeah, it's just a pity that it wasn't arranged, otherwise we could have saved them from having to come to the commission twice. Sorry about that, Ms. Allana.
No problem, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Okay, let's continue.
Yes. Ms. Allana, in that bundle, page 353261.5, it's an affidavit which reads, are the undersigned Halima Allana? Is that you?
Yes, that's me.
I confirm that's you. The affidavit is fairly short. It runs up to page 353.261.8. Do you see that?
Yes.
There is a signature above the name Halima Allana. Do you confirm that to be your signature?
Yes, that's my signature.
The affidavit is dated 12 May 2021. Do you confirm the contents to be true and correct of this affidavit?
Yes.
I do. The person I beg leave to have the affidavit has annexures, Ms. Allana,
Yes.
from page 261.9. So 353.261.9 to 353.261.51.
Yes.
You see that?
Yes.
So, person, I beg leave to have this affidavit admitted as exhibit that the chairperson and I should agree on. U41.3.
U41.3.
Yes, together with the annexures there too.
Yeah. Why do you sound doubtful or uncertain about the exhibit number?
It's because of 41 belonging to Mr. Zwane.
No, it's fine.
It's fine, thank you.
Yeah.
Ms. Allana,
The affidavit of Ms. Halima Allana, which starts at page 353.261.5, is together with annexures attached to it, admitted as an exhibit and will be marked as exhibit U41.3.
3.
It's 3 at the end, huh?
3 years, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Ms. Allana, thank you for assisting the Commission. Your colleague, Ms. Sooliman, has mentioned you a couple of times. Could you please, by way of a background, tell the chairperson who you are and your connection with this company which has been mentioned, Travel Excellence?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. So
Good afternoon.
I've been in travel for many, many years, and as Mrs. Sameera Sooliman
Just drop the microphone a bit, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
As Mrs. Sameera Sooliman stated, we worked together at Freeway Travel. This was before 2013. I'm not aware of the exact dates, but I think I could have started there in 2011. In 2013, beginning of 2013, to be precise, February, I started my own travel agency, which I registered. My dad basically is the director, but he has nothing to do with the running of the travel agency. It was all me, myself. And Sameera at that time was working still at Freeway Travel. And then she joined me later on. It would have been the end of 2013, beginning of 2014, around that time. But in the interim, as she was expecting, she would still pass me over bookings to do for her on her behalf. We were not partners at that time. We did become partners in the business, not on paper, in the business in 2014.
Yes.
So when you say you became partners in business but not on paper, what does that mean?
Because my dad is still the director.
Yes.
But we basically run the company 50-50. In that sense, we both have the same say in the company dealings.
Okay, from 2014.
Yes.
Okay, because her evidence was that she was part-time with Travel Excellence until 2016. But she did later on say she gave birth in 2013.
Yes.
And she had initially linked her commencement of permanent appointment at Travel Excellence with the time after she had given birth. And initially she had said she gave birth in 2016, I think.
Yes.
But we didn't ask her whether the fact that she clarified the year when she gave birth to be 2013, whether it affected the question of when she started at Travel Excellence.
Well, I think she was confusing the 2016 and 2013, but she did start full-time at Travel Excellence in 2014.
In 2014. Okay, all right. Okay, so maybe when she does a supplementary affidavit, Mr. Selega, she could address the issue of whether, given that she has now said that she gave birth in 2013, whether it affects what she said, namely that she started at Travel Excellence on a full-time basis in 2016.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
all right. Yeah, so in 2014, she became full-time at Travel Excellence.
Yes.
And she became a partner with you in the business.
Yes.
And you have equal say on the business.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Did she work part-time at Travel Excellence at any stage?
Yes, before she became full-time. So while
Yeah.
she was pregnant with her baby, she was working then part-time.
Okay, all right. Okay, Mr.
Yes.
Okay.
Ms. Allana, you could also just explain to the chairperson briefly how big is the company, if it is a company, the number of employees you have. We know that you do travel bookings, but you could explain to the chairperson the bouquet of services that you offer.
Okay, Mr. Chairperson, we are a fairly small company, a baby company as such, because we only commenced in 2013. We've always just had it was just myself, Sameera, and maybe another staff. So at the moment now we have Sajida, but fairly small. Basically, there's always just been 3 ladies, and because Sameera has children, so does Sajida, and I have 1 child as well. We generally tended to work in our own time, as in we didn't have to come to a office, although we had an office. So the office was manned by the girl, and I would be sometimes at home, and Sameera would be, because she's picking up her children from school. It wasn't like a job where we had to sit, in the office, but we did all our work in our own time, and that's why we have the system of the copying of the CCs of the emails. So if I'm out, somebody at least is attending to the work, whether it be myself, whether it be Sameera, whether it be the girl at the office. So it was basically a very flexible job for us mothers, so we could also attend to the children. Travel Excellence, since it started, we were favored by good clientele, and it grew. Obviously not a huge growth. I mean, we're still only 3, but as in service-wise, a very good service and a very good client base.
Ms. Sooliman has testified before the chairperson about a particular client of hers who moved with her from her previous employment to Travel Excellence. And this is Mr. Salim Essa. Did you come to know Mr. Salim Essa?
So Mr. Essa basically was Sameera's client. I only knew of him. I seldom interacted with him because it was basically via email. I would always reply to his emails or with regards to work, but on a personal level, I didn't know him. And generally in travel, it is quite normal for clients to move with their travel agents. So if I worked at Freeway Travel and I left to go to another travel agency, you would find, because now I've established a relationship with my client, they want to come with me because they're comfortable dealing with me, and I know how they work and I know what they like, what their preferences are. So you always tend to keep your clients with you whenever you move. So even with myself, when I started my own, a lot of my regular clients from these other travel, like from Freeway Travel, or the travel agencies I may have worked before, would come with me. So in the same case, Mr. Essa moved with Sameera when she came and joined me. So I didn't really know him on a personal level, but yes, I did do his work at times because, as I mentioned, we all could see each other's emails, and the object was to get the work done and to give the client the quotation and make sure that, we get the sale, as to say, because we all need business.
And, okay, that's on the one hand, Mr. Salim Essa. What cropped up also in her affidavit is the name Mr. Ashu Chawla. Did you know him?
Yes, I did know Mr. Ashu Chawla. Mr. Ashu Chawla was again referred to us through Salim Essa, whereby the entire Sahara account was given to us through Salim Essa, whereby he introduced Sameera to Mr. Rajesh Gupta and said, you know what, deal with these ladies, they're awesome, they're good travel agents, they look after you. And from there, I got to know Mr. Ashu Chawla because he handled all the Sahara travel as per se, and he would normally email me. So it was basically, Halima, I need a booking, or Halima, please help with this fare, or, all via email. I did know him on a personal level. I've met with him quite a few times. And so that's how I got to know Mr. Chawla.
So did you say you did know him on a personal level?
Yes, because we developed a relationship. Obviously, I've been booking for him for now 6 years. I mean, like I visited him, to drop off tickets or just like that.
Okay. Did you know Mr. Zwane, Mosebenzi Zwane?
No, I didn't know him on a personal level. I don't know. I only knew I made bookings for him.
Can you tell the chairperson about the booking you made, which involved Mr. Zwane?
Yes. So we were asked to check through our records for any bookings made for Mr. Zwane, and I did pick up an email that I received from Salim Essa, which was actually addressed to Sameera. But remember, we tended to everybody's emails, whereby he requested flight bookings for himself and Mr. Rajesh Gupta and for Mr. Zwane. And when I replied back to the email, I actually sent it to him and I CC'd Mr. Chawla, because anything to do with Mr. Rajesh Gupta, I would obviously include Mr. Chawla, because he was Mr. Rajesh Gupta's travel PA as such. So any travel bookings for the Guptas, we would send it to Mr. Chawla. So I replied back to Mr. Salim Essa to say, this is the bookings we've made, and this is the fare, and did you want to proceed? And generally they would go back and they would reply back and say, okay, go ahead and issue. And as we had an account for them, 14 days, sometimes they would pay in 7 days, or sometimes they would pay in 14 days. We would just issue, and then obviously the payment would come later. We had that sort of trust factor because we knew them in that sense.
Yes. Can just take it slowly. Can you recall the date, if you could tell the chairperson the timeline, the date when you received the email?
Yes, yes, the email was received on the 4th of September, if I'm not mistaken. I do have the copy of the email. It's in the annexures, but it was definitely the 4th of September. And yeah, it should be the 4th of September. The booking, that's when the booking was initiated.
I see an email.
Yes, it was on the 4th of September.
Yeah. Give us the page number.
HA5. Oh, sorry, page number 353261.19.
0.19. So one marked HA5.
The annex is HA5, but the page number is 1935361.19.
Yes. So then explain, let's tell the chairperson, the email is from who to whom on which date?
So this basically is an email from Sameera's email to Salim Essa stating flight bookings for Mr. Rajesh, Mr. Salim and Mr. Zwane.
So somebody is copied there?
I'm trying to look for Mr. Zwane.
It's on the next page, Mr. Chair. It's 20. So it was two separate emails. One was for Mr. Rajesh and Mr. Essa, and the other one was for Mr. Zwane. But booked all on the same dates.
Oh, okay.
And the same route.
Mm. Okay.
So the same route, are you able to take us through?
Yes, okay, so it's, do you want the dates of travel as well?
Yeah, you can.
Okay, 13th of September, Johannesburg to Dubai, 14th September, Dubai to Delhi, 16th September, Delhi to Dubai, 17th September, Dubai to Zurich, 20 September, Zurich to Dubai, 21 September, Dubai to Joburg.
I see. So you say for, how many were you booking for?
There's 3 bookings here.
Yes, mention the names.
Mr. Rajesh Gupta, Mr. Salim Essa, and Mr. Moses Mosebenzi Zwane. Yes.
Okay. And the route for all 3 of them was the same?
The route for all 3 of them is the same, and the dates for all 3 of them is the same.
It's the same. So you said to the chairperson it was Mr. Essa who requested you to make that booking.
The reason why I say that, I don't have an email from Mr. Essa, but the bookings were sent to Mr. Essa, so it's most probably Mr. Essa, because obviously the booking was sent to him.
So the booking sent to him is in respect of all 3 persons?
All 3 persons sent to Mr. Essa.
So how was payment made for the service you rendered?
So as per my records, when I did a check, I have a payment which was made on the 5th of September, which amounts to 166,290, which is for these tickets. And obviously, not obviously, I know the ticket was issued on the 5th of September and the payment was made at the same time. So this payment was made for this. I just can't recall who did the payment because it was an EFT, but I don't recall who did it, if it came from Sahara account or if it came from another account.
Do you think, well, the bank account in which the payment was made, does it still exist?
Yes, that's my company account.
Do you think the bank would be able to show you where
Where
the
it
payment came from?
I'm sure. I'm sure if we can get a record, I'm sure.
Yes. Yeah, I see in paragraph 12, you talk about this payment, paragraph 12 on page 353.261.7, and it reads, on 5 September 2014, a payment to the amount of 166,290 rand for the air travel as mentioned above was received in Travel Excellence ABSA bank account. I unfortunately cannot recall from who we received the EFT payment. The printout of the bank statement in which the transaction is reflected is attached here too, marked HA14. Now that HA14 is on page 353.261.44, but it's a very fine print.
Yes, I see that. There is just a reference, Sameera, so I don't know where it came from, but it could have been.
But your bank can say, yeah?
I'm sure the bank will be able to find, be able to tell us where it came from.
Yeah, if you can arrange that, because you being the client, it would be a matter of going to the bank or phoning them, and
they will give me the name of the account it came from.
We need something that says that in regard to this entry or transaction, this deposit or transfer that came into this account on such and such a date, it came from whose account in which bank, and so yeah, that's what we need.
Yes, okay.
Okay.
Thank you. And just before you go back, I see the pages that come after that HA14.
Mm-hmm. Passport copies.
I beg your pardon?
The pages after 14 is passport copies.
Yes, HA15.
Yes.
And so on.
Well, let's deal with them.
Yes.
At page 353.261.45, there is, what is that? What is that document?
It's a passport copy.
Whose passport copy?
This is Mr. Rajesh Gupta's passport copy.
And it is written, Rajesh
Kumar Gupta. That was his full name, yes.
Yes, and it's got his identity number there.
Yes.
And that's his picture.
Yes.
Do you know that? Have you met him?
I've never met him.
You have never met him?
No.
But was this, was his passport given to you?
Yes, it was emailed to me by Mr. Chawla.
By Mr. Chawla?
Yes.
Okay. That was for purposes of maybe making the
Yes,
travel arrangements.
we needed everybody's passport details because when they travel, we have to make sure the name is exactly the same as per the passport, and we need to insert the passport numbers in the bookings to do their online check-ins or
Yes.
visas, anything related to travel, yes.
Yes. And then the next page, that is 353.261.46.
That's
What is that?
Yes, that's Mr. Salim AzizEssa's passport copy.
Yes, and there's an ID number provided there.
Yes.
And a picture there. Is that his picture?
That is his picture.
Yeah, you said did you say although you didn't interact with him?
No.
But you knew him?
I knew his picture,
You
yes.
knew his picture?
Yes.
Oh, but had you met him even once?
I've met him only once, like for 2 minutes. I think I went to go drop off a ticket or a passport. It was just basically outside, yeah.
Okay, all right. And we go to the next page, namely 353.261.47. What do you have there on that page?
That's Mr. Mosebenzi Joseph Zwane's passport.
Yes. And did you ever meet him?
No, never. This was also sent to me via email.
Yes, and who sent it to you?
I cannot recall.
You can recall.
It could have, yes, it could have been Mr. Chawla.
Yeah. Okay. For what purpose was his
Also to
passport
make
sent
the
to you?
flight booking, to make the flight booking,
bookings?
yes.
It reads there Mosebenzi Joseph Zwane, and the ID number is provided, and his picture is given there. And then the next page, 353.261.48.
This is Mr. Surya Khan Singala's passport.
Yeah.
He is Mr. Rajesh Kumar's nephew.
Rajesh Kumar Gupta's nephew.
Yes.
Okay.
He is Mr. Ajay Gupta's son.
Okay. Was he traveling as well?
Yes, he was traveling, although I think his route was, I don't know if it was the same, I can't recall. It could have been the same. I have the ticket attached, but let me just check.
Yes.
The routing, let me just check if the routing was the same.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, he also traveled on the same routing.
Oh, okay. And just for the sake of completeness, page 353.261.49. What is that document?
This is Surya Khan Singala's Indian passport. So he held 2 passports. One was Indian and one was South African.
Do you have any understanding as to whether he was related to anybody among these people?
Yes, he was Mr. Ajay Kumar's son, which was Mr. Rajesh Kumar's nephew. Yes, Rajesh Kumar's nephew.
Yes, and next page, 353.261.50. What is that document?
The back page of Mr. Surya Khan Singala's Indian passport, the back page, the biodata page. If you look at that page, you can see name of father is Ajay Kumar Gupta.
Okay.
Name of mother is Shivani Gupta.
And then the next page, 353.261.51. What is that document?
This is Mr. Ashu Chawla's passport.
Yes. Did you ever meet him?
Yes, I met him.
That is his picture?
This is definitely his picture.
And as is written, Ashu Chawla. And the ID number is given there.
Yes.
Was he also going to travel, or he was not traveling?
No, he was not traveling on this trip. He just initiated the booking. Well, not initiated the bookings. He was involved in making the bookings or changes to the bookings as per se. And I sent all the emails of the tickets to him.
Okay.
Yes.
Mr. Selekan.
Thank you, Chair. Was this the only or were there other bookings that you have had to make for Mr. Zwane, involving Mr. Zwane?
When I checked initial records with regard to his name, I could only pick up this one, so I'm not too sure if there were others. I don't think so, because I did search all my emails with regards to past travel, and this was the only booking I could find.
Yes. Now, in regard to Mr. Chawla, there is a paragraph in Ms. Sooliman's affidavit.
Well, before you go there, Mr. Salega, she says these are the only ones. I don't think that these cover some of the trips that are in the outer report, isn't it?
Yes, no, they don't.
But they were made, they appear to have been made by Travel Excellence, isn't it?
Not the others. We could pick up
Well,
these.
the one, for example, about the choir and
Yeah.
Zwane, were they not made by Travel Excellence?
We couldn't pick that up from the documentation.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
from the outer report, what's your recollection of who had made the trip with the choir, the trip for the choir? Or that may have been made by Mr. Chawla.
Yes,
without the travel, without this particular travel agency.
Yeah, the information go to the extent of only showing that the choir traveled with Mr. Zwane and Mr. Ashok Narayan. But it doesn't indicate who did the bookings, the flight bookings.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. No, that's fine. Let's continue then.
Yes, Miss Allana, there is a paragraph in Ms. Sooliman's affidavit, which is in a different bundle. Chair, I could simply read to her, or should we go there?
You can read it, it's fine.
I can just read it to you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Slager.
Yes.
I am trying to go back to
the affidavit,
the witness affidavit, and I thought I had.
It's the page numbers. It's 261.5.6.7.8.
Just repeat.
353.
Yeah.
Point 261.5.6.7.8.
This number is just too long.
No, I'm giving you pages for the entire affidavit.
I only want the first page, Mr.
Point
Selek.
5.
353.261.
15. Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Yes.
You can continue.
Yes. Yes, Alan, I will come back to your affidavit, but because we're dealing with these names, including Mr. Chawla, in her affidavit, Ms. Sooliman was asked about this paragraph, and she mentioned that you would be more the appropriate person to ask about this. And the paragraph reads in Eskom bundle 18 bracket B, just for the record, page 1565.6, paragraph 22.7, a booking was requested for Mr. Singh to fly from Johannesburg to Dubai on 24 February 2017 and back on 27 February 2017. I cannot recall who made this request. Mr. Singh was issued with ticket number, and the number is given. We further also booked a ticket for Mr. Rajesh Kumar Gupta for this flight, together with visas for Mr. Varun Gupta and Mr. Suryakant Singala. The invoice was addressed to Mr. R. Gupta and was charged to account number C000349, which was the account belonging to Sahara Computers, the Gupta-owned entity. The total amount invoiced was 134,560 rand. To the extent that I've read, do you have any recollection of this?
Yes, I do recall the booking with Mr. Anuj Singh and Mr. Rajesh Gupta, and I'm sure Mr. Singala. The booking was made. The payment was invoiced to Mr. Rajesh Gupta, if I'm not mistaken. The invoice, was made out to Mr. Rajesh Gupta. But the payment, I think, came from an EFT. It was an EFT.
Well, let me read further. It says here,
Okay.
to the best of my recollection, I received a call from Mr. Ashu Chawla, who was our contact person at Sahara Computers, who informed me that a driver would be dropping off the money in cash. This indeed took place, seeing as a driver dropped 170,000 rand in cash shortly thereafter. The difference would have been for settlement of outstanding fees on their account. This cash was again given to a friend, who in turn made an EFT payment to our Travel Excellence F&B account.
Yes, so it was quite common when Mr. Rajesh traveled with another person. Depending on the nature of the travel, either Sahara Computers would pay for it or the other person involved. I cannot recall precisely, but it could have been made by Sahara Computers.
And then in a paragraph thereafter, you say, in the past, we had frequently assisted the Guptas with booking flights for themselves or for other parties on the request of either the Guptas or Mr. Essa. Is that correct?
Yes, we often did do bookings for other parties on the request of the Guptas or, for that matter, Mr. Essa, whereby they gave us instructions to book. As you know, you can even see with Mr. Zwane, we do not know him, but we were given instructions to book for him, traveling with the Guptas or even traveling with maybe even solo, but it was not, it was quite normal sometimes that they gave us other people's bookings to book, even though we didn't know the person traveling personally.
So, would you have known the Guptas prior to you establishing Travel Excellence or during the time of its existence?
No, the Guptas were introduced to us after Travel Excellence was initiated. So they were referred to us by Mr. Essa and they became our account holders after that, where Mr. Essa stood guarantor and said to Sameera, you know what, you can trust them, you can give them an account, you can do their bookings, you know, as in they're definitely good for their word. So we gave them that facility, and thereafter, that's when we held that whole Gupta account, and they in turn also gave us other referrals and booked for other people, and we got quite a few referrals from Salim Essa, from the Guptas, you know, other clients that we then built up a client base for Travel Excellence, you know, quite a big client base in that sense.
Mm. This client base referred to you by the Guptas, were you able to determine whether these are government officials, ministers, or just ordinary people?
No, ordinary people, ordinary companies, Sechaba Computers, just basically normal companies, not government officials. There were, for example, I don't know who Mr. Zwane is, but there were some names that I booked for. I didn't even know they were ministers or high-profile people because we were just given names and we were told book. So I wouldn't even know if I was booking for a government or a high-profile person. But come later, then I realized, oh, this was a high-profile person. So the referrals for maybe high-profile people, I think the Guptas booked directly. But they gave us other companies, normal companies who dealt with everyday travel businesses in that sense, not to say high-profile people only as such.
So if we could, as the Commission, then give you names of certain persons, you would be able to search in your records as to whether these people you would have booked for them at the behest of the Guptas or Mr. Essa.
Yes, if you gave me names, I could search my emails, our records. We have lost a few records, but I have emails, which is dated a few years back, and I could search as per the name if you gave me a name.
Okay. Then, lastly, there was a query raised by Mr. Koko in regard to that 100,000 payment. Well, a cash slip which is signed by you, I think it's signed by you for the 100,000 payment said to have been received on the 20th of January 2016. Ms. Sooliman says the payment was delivered at her house, but the cash slip bears your name. And we were wondering, how did that come about?
So Mrs. Sooliman never really issued any receipts. The receipt book used to stay in the office. If Mrs. Sooliman received cash, it was at her house, and she would WhatsApp me or call me and say, Halima, I received so-and-so from Mr. Essa or whoever it was being, and I would issue a receipt, or I would instruct the girls in the office, please issue a receipt, because if I was not in the office, then the receipt book is in the office. So it could have been myself or it could have been one of the girls, and we would just issue a receipt based on her verbal consent that she received the money. So bear in mind, we are a small travel agency, and when we started, we weren't, we could not afford like big accounting systems, so everything was done manually over the phone. And now you're trying to be a working mother, you're trying to juggle a whole lot of things, so there is that little bit of error. It's a cash and she ticked it EFT, or if it was Mr. Essa's name, just small little minor things whereby you could have done some small little error on the receipt. But generally, we had a record of all the tickets issued and the monies coming in, and we knew that it came from Mr. Sahara Computers account or Mr. Essa account or Mr. Anoj Singh account. We were aware of those details. And also, if they had accounts, payments would not come. If a ticket was 55,000, hypothetically, not necessarily we would get 55,000. They would give us 30,000. 1 week later, 10,000, or 1 week later, 5,000. It would come in batches, which we would then allocate. So when they say that the 100,000 is not allocated to this particular person, or in Mr. Koko's case, it was not allocated to him, they have no grounds to really believe that it's true, because these people were booking on a continuous basis and the money was coming in on a continuous basis. So we could not pin this amount was for this person as per se. We knew, okay, it was for the Sahara account, put it to the Sahara account. This ticket was issued on the Sahara account. Obviously, I'm not going to give you a ticket and not take payment for it. So if I gave you this ticket and it was on Mr. Essa's account and the payment came for that, it was booked on the basis of this person. So we obviously are not going to give you a ticket for free, Mr. Chair. I mean, we would have got the payment for it. So if they can not prove otherwise, that this payment was not made, or we just gave a ticket randomly because we felt, I want to give Mr. Koko a ticket because I don't even know him, it sounds very ridiculous.
Well, did you have an account for Mr. Anuj Singh?
No, not particularly Mr. Anuj Singh, because Mr. Anuj Singh was a referral from Mr. Essa. So Mr. Essa stood as a guarantor for quite a lot of the new referrals we got, because Mr. Essa introduced Sameera to Anuj Singh, Mr. Essa introduced Sameera to Mr. Rajesh Gupta, Mr. Salim Essa introduced her, a few clients.
Okay, no, I'm asking because earlier on you did mention Mr. Anuj Singh in relation
Well,
to an
just
account.
like example.
Just an example.
Yes,
okay,
it's an
all
example,
right.
yeah.
Now, you also say something along the lines that if a payment was made, it couldn't be pinned down to a particular person. Is that right?
It would be pinned down to a particular account. So
Yes.
if a payment was made and Sameera got it from the driver and the driver says, okay, this is from, example's sake, this is from Mr. Ashu Chawla or this is from Mr. Anuj Singh or
Yes.
it would be pinned down to that account.
Yes.
And then I know, okay, well, this payment of 50,000 was for Sahara Computers, this payment of 50,000 was for Mr. Essa, this payment of obviously because of the tickets we issued for those particular accounts.
Yes. Well, that would be in respect of somebody for whom you kept an account.
Yes.
Okay.
We didn't.
For somebody that for whom you didn't have an account, would you always been able to pin
Yes,
the payment to a particular person?
Yes, for people who did not have an account, we would collect the payment straight away and allocate it to that person straight away. Hypothetically, Mrs. Allana came and booked a ticket and it was 10,000 rands. I would receipt it there and then issue the ticket only after the payment was received, because we wouldn't issue anybody a ticket if they did not have an account with us without the payment.
Yes. Now, Ms. Sooliman gave evidence with regard to the role played by Travel Excellence in relation to the visas for Mr. Koko and his two family members, as well as the bookings that Travel Excellence made for Mr. Koko and his two family members in regard to the flight from Indonesia to Dubai and from Dubai to Johannesburg. And she said that Mr. Koko's cost came to 100,000 rand, and that Mr. Salim Essa called and said he would send a driver to drop off that cash, which she says happened. But Mr. Koko has put up a letter from Mr. Essa's attorneys, and that letter says that that amount of 100,000 rand was in respect of Mr. Essa's own trip. Now, with regard to your evidence saying you can't always or you can't pin down a payment to a particular person, what do you say about that?
Mr. Chair, the likeliness of that 100,000 being for Mr. Koko is like 99% because the figures are exact. The 100,000 and the invoice is 100,000. But in any case, even through some 1%, it is not for Mr. Koko. We still did receive the payment from Mr. Essa for Mr. Koko's trip, because if not that 100,000, we received a payment on the 11th of January for 119,000. So it could have been that. And then, when issuing the receipt, they put this as Koko and that. So maybe Mr. Essa just also emailed and said, this payment is for my own personal travel, but being his own personal travel as in his account, it's going towards his account and all the people who are booked on his account. So it could have also meant that. Obviously, it's too old, we can't remember exactly, but the fact of the matter is the ticket was booked and we did receive money for it. We would not give a free ticket.
Let me ask this question. You say, even if that 100,000 rand, or in the unlikely event, as because you say that might be 1% chances. In the unlikely event that that 100,000 rand was not for Mr. Koko's traveling, you say, nevertheless, Mr. Koko's bill was settled by Mr. Essa because, I guess, because Mr. Koko never paid.
I don't know. I don't know Mr. Koko. I don't know him.
Yeah,
and who gave the booking to me was Mr. Essa. So you, Mr. Chair, would not come and pay for Mr. Koko's bill if you did not initiate the booking. Obviously, the person who initiated the booking paid for it. This booking was done on Mr. Essa's account. Whether Mr. Koko gave Mr. Essa the money, I'm not sure. But the booking was initiated by Mr. Essa. The payment was put on Mr. Essa's account. So be it he paid me on the 18th or be it he paid me on the 11th, the booking was on his account and the payment would have come from him.
So you say the payment for Mr. Koko's traveling, I guess, and the visas came from Mr. Essa.
Yes.
Whether it was that 100,000 rand or another payment, in the end it came from Mr. Essa, and he never said, you know, you have charged me for somebody that I have nothing to do with.
No, and Mr. Koko did not pay, so.
Mr. Koko did not pay.
So bottom line, then who would have paid?
Yes, but you say that the request for Travel Excellence to make these bookings had come from Mr. Essa.
Mr. Essa's email.
And you say
Mr. Essa's email, yes.
He paid as well. Okay, all right.
Thank you, Chair. Have you ever had to deal, or have you ever had to receive requests for bookings from a Miss Suzanne Daniels?
Never. I don't know who she is. I've never heard of her. The only time I ever heard of her was now when she's all over the news. I don't know who she is.
How was, or let me ask this question. Do you still have interactions or do business with Mr. Sameera?
No.
When did you stop doing business with him?
I think it was last year. He used to speak to Sameera, as I said. It was Sameera's friend and client. So it was last year after, when we were asked to give affidavits for the Hawks. I think after that he had a fallout with her.
Yes, but was there a discussion about him stopping to give you business, or he just stopped?
No, I think she would know better, but I think he just stopped talking to her, yes.
How was your relationship as the organization with him throughout the time that you...
Absolutely fabulous. He was a very good client of ours, and he gave us a lot of referrals. As a new upcoming company, he really boosted our sales in the sense that he gave us a lot of good business. We had no problems. He had a very good relationship with Sameera.
And he paid well?
He paid very well. We never had to wait for money, and he was a man of his word. If he told us he would pay this money, it would come. He never stalled us for payments. He was a very honorable client in that sense. We never had to worry about money. And if he stood guarantor for any other client, we would actually not even hesitate. If he said, you know what, this client is good, it would not be a problem at all, because he was very honorable in his payments.
Would you have any reason, yourself or Ms. Sooliman, as far as you know, would you have any reason to falsely implicate him in having asked you to make these bookings, if indeed it was not That was not
No,
the case.
never. We would not do that to
You never had issues with
Never. We would not do that to him because he was really a good friend of Sameera's. He was always helpful, you know, and he gave us a lot of business. It's through him that Travel Excellence did prosper. Mr. Chair, we as a small agency as we are, we booked through a consortium, Serendipity, which had 420 travel agents in that consortium. From 2013 till 2018, we won Top Agent Award every year. And that was all through Salim Essa and his referrals.
Yes.
We would have no reason at all to put him down in any way. Just the sad fact is, whatever his circle was, it's unfortunate.
And would you or your agency have any reason to say that he asked you to make bookings for Mr. Koko or Mr. Zwane or Mr. Singh if he had not asked you to do that?
Mr. Chair, there would be no reason to lie. I wouldn't lie for anybody, but you have the emails. It's in black and white. The proof is there. I can't say, you know, a spade is not a spade. He did initiate the bookings. The emails came from him.
And you say he was a good man?
He was a good man. Whether he did it through or for Sahara Computers, or whether he did it on behalf of another friend, or whether he did it just, you know, as in the wrong time, at the wrong place, with the wrong friend, you know, that I'm not sure. But he is a good man.
Okay. All right. Anything, Mr. Selek?
Nothing further, Chair.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Ms. Allana, for availing yourself to assist the Commission.
You're
We
welcome.
appreciate it
Thank
very
you
much.
very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. You probably may be asked, or Ms. Sooliman, to come back to give evidence relating to other people. I think Mr. Mancha,
Yes.
and maybe one other person, I'm not
Yes.
sure. But those arrangements will be made. Thank you very much. You are now excused.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We are going to adjourn the day session now. I'll adjourn for about 15 minutes, and then I will come back. We will then start the evening session. Mr. Seleka and your junior, and I see you in my chambers after we have adjourned. We adjourn.
What's wrong? And the microphone is on like that. When it's red, obviously it's on. Camera one, Obi-Ven. Zoom the chairperson's chair, please. Chairperson's chair, thank you. Thank you. Mr. Freund, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Reverend. You're looking sprightly and healthy.
Thank you so kindly. Can you see us very clearly?
I can see you clearly, yeah.
Okay, camera 3, give me the witness shot, please. Just want to see if Mr. Freund can see the witness.
Yes, thank you very much. I can see the witness.
Thank you. Ms. Mbete, if you look on that screen there, that's where the evidence leader will be speaking from, right in front of you. Can you see?
Good afternoon, Ms. Mbete.
Thank you so kindly. SC, we are ready when you are ready.
I'm ready when you're ready.
Thank you so kindly. Can you hear us very clearly?
I was hearing you. I just had a little bit of interruption.
Okay, it's fine. We were sorting out
the laptop.
All right. Thank you so much, Wade.
I can hear you clearly.
Mr. Freund, SC?
Yes,
from the bundle documents team, there's one update that is going to be coming your way. So please wait for that, okay?
Or is that an email or what's that?
Yeah, yes, it is an email.
Okay.
Thank you. If you can hear us clearly, we can hear you very clearly. Mute to me. Thank you. Unmute Lapatomi. SC. Mr. Freund.
I hear you. Do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Just to say that Eskom team will just quickly conclude something, and then after that, we'll come directly to you. Thank you so much. But you can stay on the line, it's fine. Thank you. SC Sileka will introduce you. Right.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sileka. Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon, Chairperson.
Yes.
The next stream is here for the evening session. The next witness is Ms. Mbete. She is legally represented. The advocate will place himself on record.
Chairperson, good evening to you.
Good evening, Mr. Semenya.
I am here representing the witness.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And good afternoon, Ms. Mbete. Thank you. Thank you.
Just switch on the microphone.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Chairperson, my colleague, Mr. Freund, will lead the witness.
Yeah.
But I will just stay for the swearing in or affirmation of the witness.
Yes, okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Freund.
Muted.
We can't hear you this side. You probably need to unmute yourself.
Well, I'll repeat myself. We were clear a moment ago. Can you not hear me now, Chair?
Now I can hear you.
All right. Well, if I might just repeat what I said. Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, Ms. Mbete.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Yes. Okay. Mr. Freund will lead Ms. Mbete's evidence from outside the borders of the country, because we could not hear your evidence while he was here, but that's in order. And thank you to Mr. Sileka and his junior who have been able to assist as well. Registrar, please administer the oath or affirmation. I don't know whether if we can hear you with your mask on, Ms. Mbete, that would be fine. But if we don't hear you, there might be a problem. But I think there is enough social distance. Are you comfortable to take it off?
Yes, sir.
Yes, okay, all right. If you could take the oath of affirmation.
Please state your full names for the record.
My name is Baleka Mbete.
Do you have any objection to taking the prescribed oath?
No objection.
Do you consider the oath binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Thanks.
So let me take this opportunity to thank you, Ms. Mbete, for availing yourself to come and assist the Commission with regard to issues relating to parliamentary oversight. Thank you very much for availing yourself. Thank you. Mr. Freund,
Yes,
the witness has
Mr.
been
Chairman,
sworn in. Yes, you may.
Ms. Mbete, I hope that you have in front of you your own affidavit, which commences in PO Bundle 5 at page 980. Is that the commencement of your affidavit, and do you have that with you?
Yes,
That's the number from the top there.
Yes, it is here.
And then if you go, please, to page 996, is that your signature to this affidavit?
996. Yes, sir. It is my signature.
And can you confirm that this is your affidavit, and are you comfortable with the correctness of the facts in this affidavit?
Can you say that again?
Can you confirm that the facts in this affidavit are correct?
Correct, sir.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Mbete, is it correct that some week ago or so, you prepared a written version of what you intended to be your introductory remarks, and that we find those at pages 998 to 999?
998, and when he refers to page numbers, always look for the black numbers on the top left-hand corner.
998 to 999, yes. Yes.
And is it correct, Mr. Mbete, that you have furnished to me today a revised version of the introductory remarks?
Yes, Chairperson.
I'll come to those shortly. Ms. Mbete, if you go to page 1000 through to page 1004, can you confirm that that is a further document you prepared in relation to your testimony today, headed Pertinent Matters Relating to the Period of 2014 to 2019?
Yes, Chairperson.
Chair, I will come shortly to deal with the revised introductory remark, but those are not yet paginated in accordance with the system of the Commission. So in these circumstances, I request leave that we admit as annexure ZZ16 the affidavit starting at page 980, the further document which I've just referred.
Before we do that, Mr. Freund, I note that on the version of Ms. Mbete's affidavit that I have, although she has signed it, the Commissioner of Oaths, there is a stamp and there's some signature, but I don't know whether that's the Commissioner of Oaths, the part where normally one finds the signature of the Commissioner of Oaths is without a signature, but I see there's a stamp and some signature, but I don't know whether that is the signature of the Commissioner of Oaths. Of course, it's not every page is initialed, but the initialing might be one thing. This is the signature of the Commissioner of Oaths is the more important aspect. Unfortunately, I can't read there, but it may be that it is the Commissioner's certificate. I certify that, but then it's not legible. Do you know anything about that part?
Chair, might I intervene?
Sorry?
Might I just intervene?
Yeah.
Just to indicate that the copy that I have, which may or may not be a better copy than the copy that you have, suggests to me that a certain warrant officer who was a policeman or a police official did sign and commission this in the version that is stamped. But that's a matter that perhaps the witness would be in a position to confirm.
Does it indicate that that police officer is a commissioner of oaths? The stamp.
No, in fact, on the contrary, Chair, now that I look at it more carefully, it certifies that it's a true copy of the original, so it's the wrong stamp.
Yeah. Yeah, so, of course, the fact that she will confirm, or she has confirmed that the contents of the document are correct, true and correct, will confer on the contents the same status as that of an affidavit. So maybe we should not be concerned about it, but maybe it could be replaced after today with an affidavit that is properly commissioned, so that anybody who finds it doesn't think that it was an irregular affidavit. Well, what do you think, Mr. Freund?
Chair, that would certainly seem to be in order with me, and since the witness is legally represented, I imagine that we could ask, we could request assistance in that regard.
Mr. Semenya, what do you say?
I would agree with the resolution of the problem by filing an affidavit subsequent to her testimony.
Yes. Okay. No, that's fine. So Ms. Mbete, after today, if you could have this affidavit, the contents will be fine, but maybe it can be printed again and be commissioned properly. It's obviously not your fault, but maybe the person who signed, the police officer, is a commissioner of oaths, but the certificate doesn't seem to describe him or her as a commissioner of oaths. But your legal team will assist in that regard. Okay, we can continue. But you have confirmed that the contents of the document, let's call it an affidavit, is they are true and correct as far as you are concerned. Yeah.
Yes, Chairperson.
Okay, all right. Mr. Freund, continue.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Mbete, as we've already referred to, you have now prepared a revised version, revised written version of your introductory remarks. Is that correct?
Can you say it again, Mr. Freund? I lost something in what you were saying.
Is it correct, Ms. Mbete, that you have now prepared a revised written version of your intended introductory remarks?
Yes, Chairperson.
Chair, I've been informed that a copy of that revised written version should be on your desk. Is that correct?
Yes, I have what I believe is the revised version, separate from the bundle. Yes.
And Chair, with your leave, what I would suggest is that in due course we just add that to the end of this exhibit once it's been duly paginated.
Yes, or it could replace the one that is in the bundle, because I'm told there is one that is in the bundle.
Right.
And then with regard to the admission of Ms. Mbete's affidavit, shall we do that after we have one that will have been properly commissioned, or do you suggest this should be admitted?
Chair, my suggestion is it should be admitted because the witness is going to be asked about it.
Yes.
In the questioning today, and then we can supplement that by a duly commissioned, properly attested affidavit.
Yes. Okay. You request that I admit it and mark it as exhibit
ZZ16.
16.
16.
Okay. The affidavit of Ms. Balega Mbete that starts at page 980 will be admitted and marked as exhibit ZZ16. Okay?
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Mbete, subject to the Chair's directions, my suggestion is that this might be the opportune time for you to make the introductory remarks that you wish to make.
I give you that opportunity, Ms. Mbete, to make your introductory remarks.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Yes.
Chairperson, today I appear here willingly to talk about my past role in Parliament as Speaker in the National Assembly and to convey my commitment to the purpose and envisaged outcome of the Commission's work. I thought by way of introduction, I should first share with the Commission a little bit of my background. Chairperson, I left the country in 1976 and joined the ANC in Swaziland. I returned to South Africa in June 1990 and continued to work in different capacities towards the new South Africa's constitutional dispensation. The key areas in which a lot of my life was contributed were for the advancement of women's rights, and I'm also a devout cultural worker. I was elected the first Secretary General of the ANC Women's League after the unbanning. I was part of the ANC delegation to the South African constitutional talks towards the interim constitution and later the final constitution. I became Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly in 1996. I've since spent many years being part of the leadership of the evolving legislative sector in the new democratic state. In my last term in Parliament, I saw the finalization of the Rules Book, the 9th edition, in the National Assembly and led the high-level panel program at the Speakers Forum as its chairperson. I was a founder member and national convener of the Progressive Women's Movement of South Africa in 2006. My first experience at leading a national non-partisan entity. During the transition in 2008, I was appointed Deputy President of South Africa. At the 2007 ANC National Conference, I was elected the first woman national chairperson of the organization. In that role, I led the ANC's national program of marking the centenary of the ANC until the centenary conference in December 2012. My term as chairperson ended in 2017. At an international level, I was a member of the Africa Peer Review Mechanism. I was also a founder member of the Pan-African Parliament and its Committee on International Relations. I am currently a founder trustee of the National Liberation Heritage Institute of South Africa, NALISA, which seeks to pursue the unearthing, better organization and preservation of the history of our people's proud legacy of freedom. Having concluded the aspect about my background, Chairperson, my understanding is that this commission gives us the opportunity as a democracy in the making, among other things, to be self-critical and to honestly address the warts we see in the mirror as the commission listens to what happened in the past. The need to enhance the capacity of Parliament is already part of the testimony before Commission. I wish to build on what has already been said in this regard, Chairperson. The first Parliament after the 1994 elections had the task to discuss the Constitution in its capacity as a constitutional assembly, to finalize the constitution-making process which had started at the World Trade Center and produced the interim constitution. A Schedule 4 of 34 constitutional principles was the basis on which the final constitution was to be judged by the Constitutional Court. Constitutional Principle number 6 made provision for the 3 separate arms of the state, which are the legislature, the judiciary, and the executive. And I quote, "There shall be a separation of powers between the legislature, executive, and judiciary, with appropriate checks and balances to ensure accountability, responsiveness, and openness," close quotes. The political culture has since evolved, which has given the executive what, in my view, are unequal powers that militate against the principle of separation in relation to the other arms, in as far as procurement of finances from the national fiscus for work of each arm is concerned. The judiciary's budget is through the Minister of Justice and Correctional Services, and that of Parliament also comes through the Minister of Finance. This is not in keeping with the spirit of this original relevant constitutional principle 6. If anything, it is a practice which unwittingly promotes the supremacy of the executive as opposed to the separation of powers. One of the most important negative results of this has been that our president's role has been confined to head of the executive, as opposed to him acting as actual head of state as well. As head of state, the president's preoccupation should be fairly spread, covering all arms of the state, as opposed to sometimes being so drawn into the nitty-gritty of only one of the arms. The president must be above the dynamics of everyday politics, but must be reasonably accessible to all 3 arms of state. The above anomaly must change, and the correct approach can be attained if a process which was left unfinished during the 4th term were to be finalized. This was when the then heads of the 3 arms of state engaged on the matter. And in brackets, I have Speaker Sisulu and Chairperson Mahlangu from Parliament, Chief Justice Ngobo, and President Zuma, who had correctly gone back to the Constitutional Principle 6. The former DG in the presidency, Dr. Lubisi, headed the technical team, and he was the one to retire most recently, about a year ago. Had this process been completed, we as a democracy would have learned a lot from other countries that had been identified around the globe. That exposure would have helped us improve our own system, and I believe it is not too late to correct ourselves. My view is that the committee section in particular needs a great boost in terms of resources for them to extend the portfolio committee members' capacity to do a lot more by way of oversight. They could be better enabled to do oversight on more entities in their respective portfolios than they've been able to do so far. In addition, every MP needs a lot more to spread themselves across the many other different roles they play, including in the constituencies and communities whose needs they have to help look after. Correcting the imbalance, which is referred to above, would go a long way in improving Parliament's oversight work in general, and broadly the capacity of every public representative. The environment in which politics plays itself out daily is one in which our people remain very alert and sensitive to the often politically highly charged media reports. Sadly, not all media reporting is always based on accurate, factual, and verified evidence. The Zondo Commission has heard testimony in this regard. As a result, South Africa was shocked by my decision of the 8th August 2017 in relation to the secret ballot. It was unexpected as it was not in keeping with what had been dished out in the public domain for a very long time, which had been contrary to reality and fact. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Ms. Mbete. I must just say that when the commission started in 2018, I think you were still the speaker. I must just record that you provided very good cooperation to the commission in terms of various documents and records that it wanted, and you assisted the commission with the reports of various portfolio committees. Thank you for that. Thank you. Okay, Ms. De Freund, you may proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Mbete, perhaps we could start at paragraph 1 of your affidavit, that's page 980. Just for the record, can you confirm that you are a former Speaker of the National Assembly, that you've served twice in that capacity, firstly in the period 2004 to 2008, and then secondly in the period 2014 to 2019?
Yes, Chairperson.
Ms. Mbete, I'm then not going to deal with paragraphs 2 through to 9, in which you set out certain legal background, which the Commission is familiar with. If I could take you to paragraph 10 of your affidavit, page 983.
Yes, Chairperson.
I just would like to give you a brief opportunity to make the points that you make in paragraph 10.1 through to 10.9, where you're drawing attention, and I don't think there's any controversy about this, to some of the instruments which exist and which have been created by Parliament in order to discharge its constitutional oversight mandate. Perhaps you would just like to put on record very briefly what you see as these main instruments for oversight.
Well, the main instrument through which Parliament exercises oversight is the committee system. It is the fact that we divide the members of Parliament into portfolio committees relating to each of the portfolios in the executive, in order that those committees can have, direct line of sight of what's going on in that particular portfolio, including interactions with the relevant people that would be working across in the executive that they would need information from, and so on and so forth. So committees are a very, very important part of the way through which Parliament exercises oversight, because it is in those smaller collectives that members of Parliament are able to sit, look into reports, look into issues, if they need to travel to various points of the country to familiarize themselves with the matters with which they are being informed by way of documents and reports and so on and so forth. So committees are a major part. But secondly, we have various activities as the House through which questions for information or clarification or occasions are made possible for members of the executive to come and share information with members of Parliament. So questions are very, very important. And throughout the calendar year, there will be parts of the time that is allocated for those particular activities that would make it possible for members of the executive to come and answer questions in the House. But in addition to that, you have the head of the executive being the president, as well as the deputy president, also coming on certain calendar days that would have been agreed through the parliamentary program committee, that it is time for them to appear before Parliament to come and answer specific questions that would relate to those matters that are under their own particular responsibility, as would have been shared between Parliament and the executive. So those are some of those activities and ways in which Parliament does make use of certain mechanisms and tools that are there at their disposal to ensure that this oversight is exercised.
If I can take you to paragraph 10.1, where you refer to the fact that there are as many committees of Parliament as there are portfolios of government, that's clearly correct. But an aspect that has been debated with your successor as Speaker, Ms. Modise, also with your successor as Chairperson of the party, Mr. Mantashe, is whether there might be value in some type of committee or committees or structure that focuses specifically on the President and the Presidency, whether there should be, as it were, a portfolio committee in relation to the presidency. Do you have any views on that question?
That's a matter actually that has been chairperson before Parliament for some time. The proposal has been made and we have been looking at it and turning it around and checking whether there would really be a reason why there would be a specific committee exercising oversight over a president who in fact has divided up the executive function into the various portfolios. And as we know, in our country, we've got about 30, mid-30s number of portfolios of government. And in the way Parliament structures itself, it ensures that there's a collective of people looking specifically at each of those portfolios. And really, the debate is still out there. I mustn't say we're done with it, but there hasn't been anything compelling, really, at this point. It does not mean there is no way or there will never be a day when those that don't yet feel convinced there's a necessity are not convinced. Maybe a case can still be made.
Well, can I put to you for your comment that actually a compelling case is illustrated by the history of the Fifth Parliament, that there were ongoing serious allegations implicating the president, the presidency, the president's family, and there was no portfolio committee that considered it within its remit to investigate and to deal with those, and that might illustrate precisely why there might be merit in some type of committee with oversight over the president.
Well, Chairperson, you will also agree that the issues that arose around which there were many reports and complaints and, in fact, a lot of noise in the fifth term were scattered in different portfolios that are already allocated to departments and ministries. And therefore, the fact that part of the narrative would be referring to a role or other of the president does not, for me, necessarily make the case for a portfolio committee over the president. It is the issues that must be looked at. And as Parliament actually, in fact, provides for, when there is no specific portfolio committee, and maybe the matters are all over the place, we create an ad hoc committee. Those are the times we create ad hoc committees, and we take members that are sitting in different portfolio committees to the extent that they would be relevant and their insights and their exposure and knowledge would be relevant. They will be brought together in an ad hoc committee to deal with those matters. And that's what was done whenever it was necessary during the fifth term.
Well, Ms. Mbete, you would be aware that this commission has heard quite a bit of evidence on this very topic. And the evidence shows that a proposal debated on the floor of the National Assembly in September of 2016 for an ad hoc committee to investigate allegations of state capture was roundly defeated by the African National Congress MPs. Doesn't that indicate precisely the opposite of what you've just said? Namely, that Parliament didn't use the ad hoc committee structure, which was available to it, in circumstances when there was a need to do so.
Now, the subject of ad hoc committees was very often a reason to have disagreement. In particular, when some members of Parliament would be arguing for an ad hoc committee, and in our view, we who run Parliament, and I'm talking about not just the presiding officers, but the management, without whom we can't actually play our role, including the legal department and the administration of Parliament. And in each house, there's a secretary who has other managers under them. We would always examine the case that would be argued, in particular, or very often from the opposition benches, for an ad hoc committee, as if you just create ad hoc committees just for the sake of it. Every portfolio in government has a portfolio committee that corresponds with it. When in the rare occasion there's a necessity to bring people from different portfolio committees and create an ad hoc committee, even in the Fifth Parliament, as the affidavit lays out, we created ad hoc committees. But you don't just create an ad hoc committee because somebody has thought of it and they think it's the best way. Why can we not use an existing portfolio committee is the first question we would ask ourselves. And only when we are convinced that no one portfolio committee is able to take on whatever it is that needs to be looked into, only then do we go for the ad hoc committee and we take people from different portfolios. Because, Chairperson, taking people away from their portfolio committees adds to the volume of work that MPs have. And Chairperson, I want to tell South Africa, members of parliament work very hard. Members of parliament have a lot to do. The 12 months in a year is not an easy time. It's got to be divided into bits and pieces because they've got to dash to that corner of the country to do constituency work. They've got to go and do political work. They've got to go and do oversight work. Not all the time, not all the year is oversight. In fact, I think there's somewhere where I'm pointing out that in the current term, only 11 weeks are set aside. And once that program, because remember, the program is not decided by one person. We all in a committee that is in fact a committee of all parties, a multi-party committee, meets every Thursday to discuss the program of parliament. So where you must take time away from what already is in the program is not an easy decision to make. But now and again, it becomes an easy ball in the politics, of course, which are always part and parcel of the environment that parliament has to conduct its business in.
Can I take you back to the question that Mr. Freund asked about a portfolio committee that would be dedicated to performing oversight over the president or presidency? Is part of your answer this, that when one has regard to the fact that the president would have divided his hair, because we are not talking about a particular,
never know.
his or her executive authority among various ministers' portfolios, when you take that into account, which means that any issues that relate to those portfolios would go to the particular portfolio committees. When you take that into account, plus the fact that Parliament has the power and opportunity of establishing an ad hoc committee when an issue has arisen that doesn't fall under any of the portfolio committees or that cannot be dealt with by any one of the committees, is part of your evidence that that should take care of any situation that might arise where there is a need for oversight or for certain issues to be looked into relating to a president?
In fact, Chairperson, my evidence is so far, having worked in that environment, I know that if anything arises for which we don't have a specific structure, we would form the necessary structure, make it an ad hoc committee, because it's a matter for which there isn't a permanent structure. But you give it and you use the necessary human resources that are around you, and you get it to, you agree the terms of reference. And those terms of reference would be agreed to in a multi-party structure. So the chances of blaming one party for or being protective or something of the president, no. You agree a structure and you get it to have all the resources that it needs, and you get it to look at the specific issues that are the problem. And after that, you let the MPs go back to their other jobs, which are the various portfolio committees, because every MP would belong to at least 2 portfolio committees. Now, if you look at the volume of work in front of each portfolio committee, for each MP to get on top of the subject of the portfolio they are working in is a very difficult job. And therefore, you really want to give them the chance to master the portfolio in which they must be more, have insights more in that particular portfolio or two.
Of course, a challenge with regard to creating an ad hoc committee or a committee, an ad hoc committee to look into certain issues that may have arisen at a particular time in relation to a particular president. A particular challenge that might arise would be if the majority party doesn't even want that committee to be established, because that committee can only be established if the majority party goes along. That you would accept.
That's not a major problem in Parliament, actually. This issue of, I hear a lot of noises being made here in this commission, especially by honorable members in the opposition benches. There is no issue that is not canvassed, that is not processed by the whips in Parliament. And it is among the whips, if you want to really process something to a level where there is what we used to call sufficient consensus. The whippery are really the engine, because it's a multi-party body. If for some reason there's a convincing argument being made, in fact, the chief whip is going to be able to think about it and discuss it and even bring it forward to other colleagues, including in the majority party. So it's not impossible for things, because they were not originating from the majority party, to be agreed upon. If in fact there's a good reason and they are argued, they are put on the table, people look at the issues and they tend to agree, to convince each other across the political parties.
So you say the difficulty, if there is any in that regard, is not as big as it might seem, but, or you say there is no difficulty at all?
I'm saying it's not difficult. Chairperson, we each have our own little moments where there's a pain you suffered and it never goes away. And therefore, wherever you go and you tell the story of your term or your time in Parliament, it is that particular little pain. And yet, actually, it was not like it was bringing the whole country down. Yes, proposals were made by MPs to make ad hoc committees, to create ad hoc committees. They were looked at. Nothing was ever dismissed, just out of hand. We would take those proposals and turn them around. As I say, we would use, of course, the insights of the committee section, both the House chairperson, the relevant House chairperson, as well as the management, the senior management in that particular section, the committee section, to look at the viability of the proposal of an ad hoc committee. There's no magic in an ad hoc committee. An ad hoc committee is a group of MPs brought together. So you'll take them away from somewhere else where they are doing work that they are actually focused on. And my point is, only when it's absolutely unavoidable must you take people away from their jobs, for which they hardly have enough time, enough energy, enough resources, because these are the challenges of being an MP. We go to other countries and we see how an MP is supported by 10 different people. Just one MP. He has a lawyer to himself, a researcher, an administrator, and you say, wow, our MPs work hard, Chairperson. If I say nothing else to convince you, let me convince you on that one thing. Our members of parliament work very hard.
Yeah. Mr. Freund?
Thank you. Ms. Mbete, there's been overwhelming evidence before this commission that by no later than March of 2016, and in fact one can make a compelling case for a lot earlier than that, by no later than March 2016, there was enormous public concern about allegations of corruption and state capture. And not one portfolio committee saw fit to adhere to requests to investigate those allegations. Does that not negate the evidence you've just given?
What I'm saying, Chairperson, is in March 2016, MPs were very busy. What exactly they were doing, each of them, I won't be able to say here. But it cannot be argued that they were sitting around, they had all the time and the consciousness and the awareness and the understanding of everything about what was going on. And they didn't do anything about it. There came a time at a certain point, Chairperson, when in fact those issues, because you are right, in 2016, suddenly we were hearing noises and we were reading and seeing that there are disturbing reports about things that were happening, about which we were hearing rumors, no concrete information or understanding. And because at that time, when individual public representatives are hearing these matters, they are not just sitting around idling. I'm trying to just point that out. So when you say they did not respond, they did not go and do oversight, maybe sitting in this point where we are, with a lot of hindsight, we are stronger. We, in fact, are better off than where those MPs were in that moment, in that year. So, at a certain point later, of course, things will come directly to them through reports to their specific portfolio committees, documents that that come to them and they have to pay attention to. And yes, some of those matters started receiving attention, portfolio committee by portfolio committee, a few portfolios. But what I'm correcting, Chairperson, is a tone that seeks to suggest that when MPs had all the knowledge and they had all the power given by legislation and the constitution, they didn't do anything when they understood. Probably they did not understand as much as we do now.
I think probably Mr. Freund will have quite a few follow-up questions on that. Mr. Freund?
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Mbete, this is not a matter of the benefit of 2020 hindsight. These were matters that the National Executive Committee of the African National Congress itself, by March of 2016, regarded as of the utmost gravity. The suggestion that MPs could not be faulted for not having the same insight doesn't bear scrutiny. And what also does not bear scrutiny, I want to put to you, is the failure of members of parliament, and particularly the portfolio committees, let's leave aside ad hoc committees, to investigate these allegations which were widely publicized by no later than March of 2016.
Chairperson, I know that testimony has been put before you also about certain information that came to the attention of the structure of the African National Congress, a National Executive Committee that Mr. Freund refers to. I'm also aware that the speaker herself, when she was here, did raise the concern that you don't just take something because someone has said it and you plunge it into the space of parliament. And I want, Chairperson, to tell you an occasion when, at that time, it was my first term as the deputy speaker, and the speaker was away, so I was the acting speaker. When a document was slid under my door, and as it turned out, when I read it, it was about the arms deal, the famous arms deal. Yesterday, the case was again postponed and so on. That document had no signature, had no author, but yes, it was containing scary things that were being claimed in this document. I had to apply my mind for hours, and I took a decision. Parliament is very busy. We never have enough time. And I must now take this dramatic document, yes, and say Parliament must take this into its program. On what basis? Who's the author? And I just did not act on it. And I'm saying this, and if another opportunity like that happened, I would still decide that. I'm not going to take this document, which in fact is a lot of rumor, drama, very concerning, but it must have an author. Why is there no author? The person who has slid it under my door must come out, must face me and tell me they are concerned about this and that's why they are bringing it to me. Then I will act on it. So the fact that someone tells us something does not put it in the kind of shape that, as a responsible person running this very complicated, complex space, must take it and say, in addition to every other headache we have, here's something else, find a way, maybe create an ad hoc committee. So I'm trying to therefore answer Mr. Freund by saying, the fact that the NEC was told something, in fact, just gave it the status of a rumor.
Well, I don't think that anybody suggests that anything that comes to the attention of members of parliament, irrespective of its status or quality, must be a ground for a member of parliament or members of parliament to start doing something. I think nobody suggests that, because otherwise parliament would never do its work, because there are so many of those things. Okay. But at the same time, I think you would also agree that probably parliament shouldn't wait until there is the kind of evidence that maybe would be expected in a court of law before it does something. So probably, as I see it, I think the differences of opinion may well be at what stage at what stage did Parliament have enough to be able to say, well, some investigation should be done. We don't have something that is certain, but what we have is enough to justify that we investigate. I think that's where most of the people would be. They might differ about, in 2012, was there enough? Maybe no. In 2013, 2014, maybe yes, maybe no. But I think some of the MPs have said in 2017, when the portfolio committee to look into Eskom and so on was established, at that stage, they thought there was enough. But there may be people who say there was enough much earlier. So what do you say to that approach, to say, nobody says take everything that gets slid under your door and run with it, but also nobody says wait until you have the kind of evidence that will be accepted in a court of law before you investigate, because if you wait until then, probably there is no need to investigate. Somewhere in between there should be a time when Parliament should say, well, there's enough to investigate. What would you say to that?
I say, Chairperson, you are correct. And in fact, members of portfolio committees did take initiatives and started themselves, without being prompted, to look into what they had been picking up, which were of concern to them. And yes, there were tensions because, invariably, remember, when you are in Parliament, you continue to be yourself, the individual MP, who must use your integrity to think through things, interact with your colleagues within the parliamentary system, listen to differences from other parties, people coming from different perspectives. But also, there's always a political environment surrounding everybody. And that goes not just for the people from the ruling party, it also goes for every other member of parliament from every political party. So, yes, there would be those moments. For instance, the portfolio committee on public enterprises decided for themselves that they wanted to look into the issues of Eskom. And worked very hard on that issue. By the time the noise increases, and in fact there's the Gupta leaks and all of these things all over the place, indeed, they were already on the way, having decided for themselves that they are going to do this work. Because also, people have different strengths. While others will be more easily frightened to think about, if we do this, what happens to us? Others are actually strengthened by the very fact that there's something that looks smelly here, and I think we should pursue it. Most people, I want to say, that I was aware of were the type that would not hesitate to pursue things just because, of political considerations, for instance. But that's a factor, because Parliament is a political environment.
Mr. Freund?
Thank you. You said that some people might be frightened. Can I ask you, frightened of what?
Of whatever fears they might have for themselves, for political careers, because that's always a consideration in a parliamentary setup. Because remember, you are not elected by people, you are elected by the party. You come there on that strength. And that's not like the worst thing that can happen to you in the world, Mr. Freund.
I'm not suggesting it is, that it's a great public privilege and onerous responsibility to be a member of Parliament. And of course, you're quite correct that nobody goes to Parliament, as things stand, without going there on a ticket of a political party. Ms. Mbete, can I take you to paragraph 27 of your affidavit, please?
27.
you will see that that deals with what we refer to in this commission as the Frolic Letters of June 2017.
Yeah.
I'm sure you will recall that period. Can I ask you what role you played personally in relation to the letters that were sent by Mr. Frolic to the chairs of 4 portfolio committees at that time?
What role I personally played? I actually won't lie to say to you I remember crisply. But by the time this was happening, this is the time of the Gupta leaks.
That's correct.
So we would have been talking. I mean, Mr. Frolic himself, we would have been talking as presiding officers. We would have also been talking in the political committee, which is a structure that exists, which we form each time after a parliament has been formed, in order to enable those members, in particular of the majority party that are in the leadership, to be able to come together as quickly as possible to share information, clarify matters to themselves as a collective, and therefore enable each one of us go back to your office with better understanding, having benefited from the collective wisdom. So we would have probably also gone through that, I imagine, probably in the political committee already. And we would have probably called Mr. Frolic to come in specifically, even if he would not have been a member of the political committee himself, but for the specific reason of being able to collectively look at the issues that were facing the whole country. We would have called him in to find out what information, what insights he, as the House chairperson concerned, he could share and shed light on, so that we could then collectively reach a particular understanding to enable the chief whip to go back to his role as chief whip and having benefited from that collective wisdom. And Frolic and I, because Frolic would have worked in under myself, would then have a further discussion talking more in detail about what he knew, what he understood. But as I say, I cannot claim to you that I remember crisply what exactly was the detail of what happened at that time. But I remember these discussions and the mood of the time.
Is it fair to say that you believe that this decision to facilitate portfolio committees becoming more active in relation to these specific allegations of state capture and corruption would have been preceded by some discussion in the political committee?
I suspect so. Because it is exactly this kind of moment that would have been a very difficult moment in the country generally, that your leadership must be ready to come together quickly, share information, and therefore empower themselves collectively to be able to get back to their leadership roles in the different offices that they were playing a role in, and therefore be able to lead with better understanding. For instance, if I may make an example of how it would be helpful, the questions of where else some of these matters were receiving attention would have been an important issue. Because as we in Parliament were thinking, where must there be an inquiry that must be encouraged? If it hasn't started, we must actually ensure that it starts. We would be interested to know whether the security, in the security cluster, there are any investigations going on. Because we would always, especially we in Parliament, resources are a big issue, big area of consideration. So we would think there's no point in asking us or people here to start some investigation when in fact there's an investigation happening somewhere else. Because remember, the national fiscus, we all draw from the same national fiscus. So there's no need in having to have a number of investigations on the same thing if you can avoid it.
Can I ask you please to explain to the Commission the different roles played by the ANC's political committee by contrast to the strategy committee?
The strategy committee was actually the chief whip's space. The chief whips over the years, I've always known, would always create this little space depending on what was on the agenda at the time. For instance, what debates are happening at that time. Maybe we're going through budget votes. So all those that come from the ANC would be invited to come there just to get a sense of strategy and who's dealing with what. And then you go and do what you are supposed to be talking or focusing on.
Can I take you back to your answer immediately before this one, where you were saying the question of who else may have been investigating certain allegations would have been an important issue when Parliament would have had to consider whether it itself should investigate those allegations. Now, obviously, one can see that there is that's a legitimate issue to consider because of the limited resources that you are talking about, because there would be, Parliament would be alive to the need to avoid duplication of costs and resources and so on. But at the same time, if you take, for example, an investigation that is being done, say, by the Hawks or the police, which they do for a particular purpose, namely crime, it might take years. So Parliament might be needing to understand why certain things are happening and what should be done by Parliament to try and arrest the situation. And if they were to wait for the police to complete their investigations, it might take long. So the question that I would like to ask is whether you would say the position is that Parliament must just make a judgment call based on the situation at the time. They must make the decision whether to investigate. It can't be a situation where they say all the time, as long as the police are investigating, we won't investigate. It would always depend on the issues and all relevant factors. There may be cases where even if the police are investigating, Parliament, because of its constitutional obligation and its desire to understand how certain things are happening, might decide nevertheless that it would investigate. Would that be something you would go along with?
Yes, Chairperson.
Yes.
That is exactly the point. Parliament would have to look at the kind of investigation that, in fact, can be done by Parliament, because Parliament is not the police. You know, there are just things it will not be able to do because it's not designed that way. It is not about getting into that kind of detail of investigation like a forensic investigation. In fact, we send things of that nature to relevant structures in the security cluster. But where there is some work happening elsewhere that we are conscious of, we would look at it and see whether we really think we should get into it or we should wait. There also came a time when, I think it was in 2016, that we decided that it was time to look at this matter of this commission. And that discussion started before 2017. And we were convinced that we needed to have such a commission that would also be able to be given the kinds of resources it needs to get to the bottom of what is it that has been going wrong all over the place. And so I'm elated that we are here.
Thank you. Mr. Freund?
Yes, thank you. I just want to go back to the political committee and the strategy committee. I understand, please just confirm, that you would have been a member of the political committee.
I was a member of the political committee because I am a member of the NEC. So the political committee would be formed out of the leadership that would be in Parliament.
Yes. The strategy committee, the ANC strategy committee, you as speaker, would you have attended meetings of that committee?
No.
No.
I would attend maybe once when I'm part of a debate, you
yes,
know,
but not ordinarily.
And it's just, but it was not a place I went to. I mean, I didn't even go to caucus regularly. I went from time to time. So, strategy committee, no.
And meetings of the Chief Whips Forum, would you typically attend those meetings?
No.
No.
No, not unless I was invited, because there was a particular matter the chief whips needed the speaker to clarify and so on.
Now, the late Jackson Mthembu has furnished an affidavit, but of course we've not had the opportunity, regrettably, to ask him some questions arising. But in relation to this, what we call the Frolic letters, he says that this was
in
discussed
relation to, sorry, I didn't hear that.
To the letters sent by Frolic.
Okay, the Frolic letters.
I'm in June of 2017. And he says in relation to those letters that the proposal that the portfolio committees, or that there should be investigation by portfolio committees, was discussed at the ANC Strategy Committee meeting and at the Chief Whips Forum meeting. And he doesn't refer to any discussions involving Mr. Frolic. But Mr. Frolic's evidence was as follows: that on that particular day, the 15th of June 2007, he was away. He was not at Parliament for an understandable reason. But on his return, he was called to a meeting with yourself and with Mr. Mthembu, and there was a discussion which in due course resulted in him sending these letters. So what I'm trying to piece together is what happened here factually in sort of chronological sequence. You've said that on the probabilities, this would have been discussed in the political committee. Would it be reasonable to assume that the strategy committee would have taken direction from the political committee?
The strategy committee's leader would have been the chief whip. The chief whip was a member of the political committee.
Yes.
Because he was a leader. So he was part of the leadership collective that gave political leadership whenever it was necessary. As I say, what each person, depending on the role they had been deployed to, the chief whip is the chief whip, so he will sit with the other leaders, they have a discussion of what was obtaining, they would share perspectives, and then they let go and they go and do their own job. Each one would do their own job. So the chief whip might have already shared his thinking with some of the whips under him, but I don't know. So I can't quite say to you, first there was a political committee or not. It might even have been the other way around. He might have come to the political committee already having tested his thoughts. Or he, these are human interactions. So, we should see a parliamentary setting as a setting where here are human beings who have come from various corners of the country. They've come very seriously to play a role to service the needs of our people. So he's a chief whip, this one is a speaker, that one is the other thing. Others are ministers. There are many more of them who are together there in being ministers and as part of the executive. So we play leadership roles there in those corners separately. We don't have to be instructed on the detail of how do you execute your leadership function in your own corner. No, we don't. I mean, we read that we are expected to be getting calls from Luthuli House. No, there's nothing like that. Nothing could be more ridiculous than that. Who in Luthuli House has even an understanding of how Parliament runs? So you take advantage of the collective to come together as the political committee. Share your understanding. Get information, then you get to know, okay, so someone else is doing something else about this same matter we're busy grappling with here in this environment. So how then do we take it forward? So I hope I'm answering you, I'm clarifying your question, Mr. Freund.
Yeah. Thank you.
If not, please say so, I'll try again.
Thank you. The Chief Whips Forum, is that a forum that involves whips other than ANC whips?
Yes. It's a multi-party forum.
It's a multi-party structure.
Multi-party.
Whereas the Strategy Committee and the Political Committee are African National Congress.
Yes, it would be the ANC people.
Right. Now, I want to go back to the 15th of June, 2017, because what Mr. Froelich says, and I just want to see whether you agree or disagree with what he says. He says that when he returned, he was called to a meeting with you and Mr. Mthembu, and there was some discussion between the three of you about the proposal that had been raised by opposition MPs, that now was the time for an ad hoc committee to be established. And he says the three of you agreed that it was not time for that, but it was indeed time to call upon the relevant portfolio committees to themselves investigate these allegations that were now very widely circulated. Do you agree with Mr. Froelich's evidence on that?
That we put our heads together, the three of us, that makes sense. We probably had to do that quite often at certain periods that Parliament would have been going through. But that we said, I don't know the detail of, we said it's not time for ad hoc committee and so on. I wouldn't remember that kind of detail.
Well, these details are extremely important. That's why I'm spending some time talking to you about them. And what he says is that you personally, Mr. Mthembu, and him agreed that it would be best for the portfolio committees to investigate and then to report back to the House. And that you then asked Mr. Froelich to then write to the portfolio committee chairs concerned to give effect to that. Do you dispute that? Do you have anything?
No, if you
can
put
add?
it that way, Mr. Freund, Chairperson, earlier on, I said to you, there are portfolio committees. And what makes sense to anyone running Parliament, as I was, is for things to go to the relevant space where they are every day having the people who are focused on them. Why create an ad hoc committee that pulls people from elsewhere? Let the portfolio committees concerned deal with the issues. That would have made sense.
So is the position, or would it be fair to say, you are saying that you can't remember whether there was such a meeting and that in that meeting there was a decision that creating an ad hoc committee was not the right thing to do, but that the matter could go to the relevant committees is something that's consistent with what you would have wanted to do?
Correct, Chairperson.
Yes, okay.
It comes more naturally.
Yes,
yes.
okay.
Mr. Mbete, let me make clear that I'm not particularly concerned about whether such investigative process, such inquiries should take place in a portfolio committee or in an ad hoc committee. I'm not focusing on that at all for the moment. What I'm much more interested in is the principle that you seem to be accepting, and that is the principle that it's perfectly appropriate and to be expected that you as Speaker and the Chief Whip, in consultation with the Chair of Chairs, would take a decision to instruct that portfolio committees should now investigate these allegations. Do you accept that?
I'm not quite sure I'm understanding.
Yeah, you might have to repeat your question. I think the first
because
part,
the thing you have said,
the first part was not so clear.
Because I understand, Mr. Freund, the facts as you have put them, but I'm just trying to figure out where is the problem area in what you are saying, because we are talking about our job in Parliament, and we share this kind of information all the time on an ongoing basis.
I think let him repeat the question so we understand. Yes, Mr. Freund?
Let me come at the same question from a different direction. There is, to my knowledge, nothing in the preceding 5 years remotely comparable to the 4 letters sent by Mr. Froelich to the 4 chairs of portfolio committees. Letters from the Chair of Chairs, ostensibly on behalf of the Speaker and with the authority of the Speaker, directing that particular portfolio committees should investigate particular allegations. I want to check firstly that you agree that that is what happened, that you were party to a decision to issue such an instruction via Mr. Froelich that there should now be these types of investigations.
Chairperson, I'm saying I have no specific memory.
Yes.
But I am saying,
yeah,
if it happened, in fact, I embrace it.
Yes.
And it makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah.
Because that moment was a moment of great concern and noise and a lot of agitation and scary news in the public domain. And as individual leaders and collectively, whenever we had an opportunity, we would put our heads together to say, what is going on?
So your response is you don't have a specific recollection of the meeting, but bearing in mind what the atmosphere was around that time, you would think it would be the right thing to do, that the relevant committees be asked to do investigations. Is that right?
Actually, Chairperson, Mr. Froelich would not have needed to mention that he had a discussion with the Speaker. He he would have been playing a role that made sense that he should do that. He should give that leadership because that was part of his portfolio as the House chairperson relevant in relation to the work of committees.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Freund?
It would be part of Mr. Froelik's duties, as you understand them, when there was scary noise in the public domain, to request relevant portfolio committees to investigate the allegations.
Yes, Mr. Freund. Yes, Mr. Chairperson.
Now, when you referred a moment ago, I just want to check for the purposes of the record, that you said at that time there was scary noise in the public domain. Did you have in mind when you said that the allegations in and relating to the so-called Gupta leaks emails?
That would have been part of it.
What else in addition?
I don't know, Mr. Freund. I can't, unless I read through somewhere where I read specific reports.
Yes.
But the many wrongdoings that we unearthed in the Public Enterprises Portfolio Committee that came out as the Eskom inquiries were underway in Parliament, the things that were happening at the SABC also, which the portfolio committee concerned had gotten into even earlier than the others that were dealing with the Gupta leaks. So the amounts of monies that had been looted, you know, those are the things that I find scary even today.
Yes. Now, the problem, of course, as you, I believe, understand, is that those allegations were not made for the first time in June of 2017. In fact, allegations were made, for example, by a deputy minister in March of 2016, that he had been offered a very substantial bribe if he would assume the office of finance minister and then do the bidding of the Guptas from whom he says he received this offer. That is just one example of the scary noise in the public domain, not in June 2017, but in March of 2016. Do you agree that was, you would not, together with the Chief Whip and Mr. Froelik, as early as March of 2016, have directed inquiries of the type that were only directed in June of 2017?
Because there's logic in how an institution like Parliament does its very complex job. It would not just go clutching at information that arrives, as I told you earlier on. Even when I found a document under my door, I decided, and that was very early on, in the first Parliament actually, that I am not going to act on this because it has no author, it has no face, it can't be the basis on which I just drag this thing and bring it here. But by the time you are referring to, Mr. Freund, Chairperson, by that time, I think there was enough to make even a person who was so fast asleep to wake up and realize that, no, there's something very, very wrong. But even as that was being attended to, it couldn't just be a question of, I've heard this now, I'm dashing to go and instruct. There's a process, there's a program, there are structures, and therefore, although right now, this very minute, I might not be able to answer you in terms of the detail of that specific question that you are asking, I know that it would be a matter that would have been looked at not only by the opposition, by all MPs in the relevant spaces where that information was affecting them. Whether they did act or not is a matter of detail, and I would have to go and find the detail.
The time,
sorry, Judge.
I'm sorry, Mr. Freund. The time that you refer to, I don't want to put words into your mouth, but I think you said something along the lines that even someone who was sleeping would have become aware by that time that something needed to be done because of what was in the public domain. Is that in 2016, around the time when Mr. Jonas made the revelations about the Gupta offer?
I remember the report of Mr. Jonas, but by that time also, there would have been a lot of public mobilization.
Yes, yes.
So it was not only in Parliament.
Yes.
Or in the NEC of the ANC. By that time, I think people were mobilizing in the streets. You know, I was going through this, talking to colleagues, saying, you know, it was the first time I saw white people toy-toying in the streets. You know, so there was the unprecedented level of public mobilization simply around the issue of discoveries of wrongdoing, including misuse of money.
Yes. So as I understand you, you are saying it's not just when Mr. Jonas made the revelation, even before that. As far as you are concerned, the stage has been reached where there was mobilization in the public domain. Yes. Okay. Of course, a few years earlier, that is earlier than the revelation of Mr. Jonas, in 2013, there had been a waterproof landing of the Gupta aeroplane, which also seems to have caught the attention of many people in the country.
It got my attention, but at that time, I was out of Parliament for that term.
Oh, for that term,
For that term, I was in Luton House, and it hit me.
Yes.
Even that time, that particular incident.
Yes. Okay. Mr. Freund?
Now, that time of great public protest, it's a matter of record, there's a lot of evidence on it, but it commences long before June of 2017. And the allegations that were being made very publicly were really allegations of subversion of our entire constitution, of improper influence over the highest levels of office, both at the level of the presidency, at the level of the cabinet, at the level of director generals, at the level of chairs of state-owned entities, at the level of executive state-owned entities. And Parliament was under an obligation to hold the executive to account, to oversee the executive and hold the executive to account. Can you explain why that simply did not happen through the portfolio committees or through an ad hoc committee at all in 2016?
I would have to go back to my submission to read about the specific question you are asking me now of 2016. But all I am saying, Chairperson, is that we did what is contained in this submission. The record is here of that which was done, whether it was by way of questions to the President, questions to specific ministers. That's apart from the portfolio committees. That is apart from the motions of no confidence. So it is simply untrue to say the Fifth Parliament sat through massive amounts of corruption and did totally nothing. It is not true. What did happen is here. Might be inadequate, and yes, I dare say actually it was inadequate. because the resources are not adequate. The capabilities, even as the other testimonies have been put before the chairperson, and we hope the chairperson will highlight that matter. The capability, the resources need attention.
And may I make clear, Ms. Mbete, that I, for one, take no issue with the facts that you set out in your affidavit as to things that did happen. But I'm focusing particularly on portfolio committees as engines for ferreting out the truth and bringing about accountability for the very same reason that you emphasized that right at the outset of your presentation this afternoon, when you said that's the engine room of oversight. And I want to put to you for a last time, because I think we have covered this material, that it's at that level that the failure really took place, the failure of investigation, inquiry, and holding the executive to account in relation to allegations that had ostensible credibility and were extremely serious.
Chairperson, I do not deny that there were failures. That's not my point. But I'm saying a lot more could have been done. If, for instance, the fortunate place where we are now, where we have put a lot of research and investigative powers, we've put a lot of resources, precisely as we had thought originally it would work. It is good that we now know what we know, so that we know how to correct it. That it went wrong, yes, it went wrong. It's true.
All right, so let's now, from my side, try to be more constructive. I want to focus on some of the issues which you highlight in your affidavit. Firstly, if I can take you to paragraph 20 of your affidavit.
Did you say paragraph 20?
Paragraph 20, it's at page 988. I think this may have been the paragraph you had in mind, Ms. Mbete, when you referred quite some time ago to portfolio committees sitting for 11 weeks a year. In fact, what you said here is 10.5 weeks a year. Now, I have no reason to dispute that what you say is correct, but it does strike me as a matter of concern. If one of the core functions of Parliament is to hold the executive accountable, if it is correct that only 10.5 weeks of a year the portfolio committees engage in this type of activity, is that not a matter in itself that should be of concern to us?
We hope so. That's why it's a good thing that it is here. It's before the whole of South Africa, so that we know what's going on in our institutions, and we can therefore understand when cases are being made about what must change and what needs to be put into creating better capacity for this institution to work better.
Now, a second factor that you have highlighted, and it has been highlighted by other witnesses, is the question of budget. Budget for Parliament, and in particular, budget for portfolio committees. But I'm a little puzzled, and you could assist to educate me, when the Speaker of Parliament complains that the resources available to Parliament for it to carry out its functions are dictated by the executive. It had always been my impression that the executive needed to come to Parliament for its budget to be approved. In other words, that the ultimate decision maker is Parliament and not the executive. Do I misunderstand the situation?
No, you don't, Mr. Freund, you don't. But it's a complex relationship. It's a complex process, working relationship, how the whole thing starts, who determines amounts. but it's a matter that we are proposing, I'm proposing needs attention. In particular, in my introductory note, additional document, I'm actually reminding us that in the fourth term, when I was out in the head office of the ANC, the president and the other heads of other institutions started to have this discussion about what was not right, but they did not complete it. And it's correct to say the budget of the executive even comes to Parliament so that it goes to the relevant committees, it receives the necessary detailed attention, and then it comes to the House and it gets adopted and all of that. But the actual reality is, at the beginning of the process of getting to decide how and the quantum of what is procured by Parliament for itself, for its own work as an arm, and the judiciary, is not satisfactory. But I'm just introducing a matter that I think needs a lot more detailed attention.
Mm. I think it's an important issue because because Parliament's constitutional obligations in regard to oversight and holding the executive accountable is very important for the country. It's very important. And yet, if it doesn't have resources, it can't really do its work properly. Obviously, we all know that resources are limited, and it's always difficult to reach a point where you say, I've got adequate resources. But from what I have been hearing, it looks like there's a lot of for improvement in terms of Parliament, in terms of resources. Yes, Mr. Freund.
Now, Ms. Mbete, I was being quite straight with you when I asked you to help to educate me on this question of parliamentary oversight in respect to the budget, because it seems to me the very little I've looked at this afternoon, which I've looked at only in response to what you just submitted to us, that the situation is far from simple. And that I have just downloaded off the Parliamentary Budget Office website a document that explains how the budget operates and the whole budgeting process and so forth. But right at the end of it, it says this, under the heading Amendment Powers. The budget bills are money bills, ones which appropriate money or impose taxes, levies, or duties. Although the Constitution says an act must be passed to allow Parliament to amend money bills, this has not yet been done. At present, Parliament can only either accept the bill as it is or reject it entirely. So my first question to you arising from that is whether, as far as you know, that is correct and remains the situation right now.
I think that question should have gone to the Speaker. Maybe I'm not the right person for me to answer that question at this moment.
You're not sure?
But when you left in 2019, was that the position?
Yes, it was.
Yeah, it probably hasn't changed. But we can check. Okay, all right, Mr. Freund.
And does that mean, Ms. Mbete, that although Parliament may take the view that what is proposed by the Minister of Finance when he introduces a budget as being the allocation for Parliament is, in its view, insufficient? And for present purposes, I'm focusing specifically on insufficient to enable it to perform its oversight functions.
It's always...
Is the situation, as you understand it, that Parliament can do nothing about it, can either accept the budget or reject the budget, but otherwise has no power to determine or influence?
It's not that we can't do anything. We could use the money bills space that exists, but we make the choice for stability.
I see. So you are saying, as I hear you, that Parliament has acted consciously not to rock the boat and has accepted the consequences of that.
No, we've raised the issues. We've had interactions. In fact, at a certain point, we took the issues up as the Speakers Forum. In other words, the forum that includes the speakers of all legislatures from around the country, because they are even in a worse situation, because they relate to their MECs of finance. And invariably, the relationships there are very tricky. And so we took the issues up with the then Minister of Finance, Pravin Gordhan, at the time, to initiate this engagement, to say, you know that this relationship doesn't work okay. In other words, we were looking at it from a political point of view, saying, let's first put the issues on the table, just peacefully, to explain to one another where we're each coming from, how this situation affects us adversely. And in fact, when he left, we continued with Minister Gigaba. So the whole legislative sector was seized with the matter when I left. We had started discussions even with the current president.
I guess that it may be that Parliament and the provincial legislatures, but it's more convenient to talk about Parliament. Parliament maybe hasn't, I want to say, asserted its authority enough. Maybe that's not the right wording. But from what you say, it seems to me that it's a question of when Parliament wants to draw the line and say, we have had enough peaceful discussions now. They have not led us anywhere. So would you agree that it's a question of when Parliament would decide now the discussions, the peaceful discussions have not achieved anything, and we can't allow this situation to go on forever. Therefore, we will now take stronger action.
Thank you, Chairperson, for asking a question I can't answer.
But you might not be able to answer now, but during your term,
yes,
you had the same problem. Do you not agree that what I'm saying would have applied during your term? Yeah.
As I say, we have taken it up as a sector.
Yeah.
And even started to engage the head of state at that time.
Okay, all right. Mr. Freund?
Can I change the subject, please? Can I refer you to paragraph 22 of your affidavit?
Paragraph 22 is at page 989.
You refer there to the following. You say it can be appreciated that a much harmonized and agile security environment would serve as an early warning sign regarding covert operations, such as we have come to know about a subject like state capture. I'd like to ask you a few questions arising from that. There is an Act of Parliament that creates the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence, and which requires that committee to report annually to Parliament in relation to its oversight functions over the intelligence agencies. I presume you're aware of that. Is that correct?
Correct, Chairperson.
I'll refer to that committee as the JSCI. Is it correct that while you were Speaker, for 2 or 3 years, it's not clear to me which it is, that committee failed to report at all to Parliament?
I'm aware of that, Chairperson.
Yes. Okay.
Can you tell us what you know about that?
There's not much I can tell you, Chairperson, except that indeed
it happened.
It happened.
Well,
and you know that it's an area that tends to work behind the scenes, really.
In secrecy.
And therefore we get it deeply embedded in our heads to accept that you don't go out of your way to be probing because it might even be misunderstood.
But Ms. Mbete, you were the Speaker, and if I understand you correctly, you were telling the Chair that you were aware the JSCI had failed in its legal duty, which was a duty to Parliament, which you led. Is that correct?
Chairperson, I do not claim to have a lot of recollection specifically about the JSCI. I know that in the 5th term, there had started to be questions about the reports that were due to the JSCI, but were not coming.
Were due from or by?
From
to Parliament.
To the JSCI, which is a committee of Parliament.
Yes.
Yes. So, because it's an area that is generally remote in its nature, and which in fact has arrangements that are such that we've never had to be probing into that particular corner of things. So I was aware at that time, very vaguely, that there seemed to be disquiet about something that had changed where the reports were supposed to be arriving from into Parliament.
So, but Mr. Freund was speaking about reports that were supposed to be given to Parliament by this particular committee.
The JSCI.
Yes, yes.
In
Are you talking
order.
about the same thing?
I'm talking about the same thing.
Okay.
In order for the JSCI
Yes.
to do anything, it needs to receive
reports from somewhere else.
From somewhere.
That's where you are.
That's where there seemed to be
issues.
Issues.
Yeah. Okay.
Now, even if that were correct, it wouldn't make the situation acceptable, would it, from the perspective of Parliament?
Of course not. Can't.
Now, the problem is even deeper, because were you aware that for a period of 2 years, Parliament failed to discharge its legal obligation to appoint an Inspector General of Intelligence?
I'm aware, Chairperson.
Well, could you explain to us how that could be permitted to happen?
I think with a lot of these situations we're dealing with, it's not a matter of things being allowed to happen. They simply just don't happen, or they happen the way they happen. And what we have since now been faced with is the revelations that did come out at a certain point during the 5th term, and today, piece by piece, we're trying to unravel exactly what the true nature of those matters was.
Would you accept, Ms. Mbete, that as Speaker, you bore a personal responsibility to ensure that Parliament addressed two issues. The first was the failure of the JSCI to report to Parliament, and the second was the obligation of Parliament to appoint an Inspector General of Intelligence.
Chairperson, I didn't hear what, I heard the last part, but I didn't quite connect it to the first part of the sentence.
He said personal responsibility, I think he said. He said, would you accept, or maybe repeat it, Mr. Freund?
Chair, you're correct, but what I'm really focusing on here, Ms. Mbete, because we've agreed already that this is an unacceptable situation. And what I'm really trying to establish from you is whether you think that the person who was the speaker at the time bore a personal responsibility to do whatever was necessary to address these two problems. The first was the failure of the JSCI to report to Parliament, and the second was the failure of Parliament to appoint an Inspector General of Intelligence.
I'm prepared to take responsibility if that's what I need to do, Chairperson, because I was Speaker. But that I could have done anything about it is a matter of detail that I don't, sitting here, am not prepared to say I was consciously responsible for.
Are you implying by that although you now realize that those facts are correct, at the time it didn't even occur to you that that was the problem?
Not to the extent that I now know.
All right. In paragraph 23 of your affidavit, you deal with something that's also been debated in quite some detail before the Commission. It's the problem of tracking resolutions. Yes. Now, the evidence of Mr. Gordy, if I recall correctly, if you take SCOPA as an example, but it wouldn't be confined to SCOPA, is that the Portfolio Committee prepares a report, submits the report to the House, and in the ordinary course, the House adopts the reports of Portfolio Committees. Are you with me so far?
Pardon? I'm sorry, Chairperson.
He was just telling you what the evidence has revealed in terms of committees making resolutions and how they take them forward. But the problem, one of the problems being to track whether they are implemented and so on by the executive. Did I get that right, Mr. Freund?
Chair, maybe it would be simpler if I repeat and do it slowly.
Yeah.
Ms. Mbete, is it correct that it routinely happens that portfolio committees issue reports which are submitted to the National Assembly for consideration and adoption if thought appropriate?
Mm-hmm.
And is it correct that when those reports
That was yes.
Pardon?
That was yes.
Yes.
Your answer, yeah. Okay.
And is it correct that when those reports contain proposals or recommendations or matters that need to be attended to, the procedure is for the Speaker to convey that to the responsible minister?
Yes, Chairperson.
Now, the allegation made by Mr. Gordy, but similar allegations have been made elsewhere. They're consistent, for example, with the evidence of the late Mr. Makwetu, the former Auditor General. The allegation is that there was no process in place to track and monitor to what extent, if any, ministers responded to such requirements or instructions or recommendations. Is that factually accurate?
It is true, Chairperson. Actually, I believe the mechanism is still missing, and in my brief interaction with Mr. Frolick, I did find that it is one of the areas, in fact, that I'm also proposing must be strengthened, must receive attention.
And I think you addressed that, if I can refer you to paragraph 25.1 of your affidavit. Is that correct?
25.1
at page 992.
Yes.
Where you say, I acknowledge that there may be areas where follow-up on the implementation of recommendations may be improved, and I'm informed that there are steps being taken to address the situation.
Yes. Yes.
What is your understanding of the situation right now, if any, if you have any inside knowledge?
Not in detail, but I know it's receiving attention because it is the one place in the committee section that could do a lot to boost the capabilities of the committee section to help us with the oversight function of Parliament.
I want to change the subject again. I don't want to belabor the point, but I want to take you to paragraph 28.
Yes.
You will see that this is the paragraph in which you deal with the issue of criticism of the lack of independence of the Speaker. And I don't propose to get involved in a discussion about what you personally did or did not do when you were Speaker, and whether there was or was not any bias. I don't think it would be constructive at all. But I would like to discuss with you the principle. And here, in your case, you served as chairperson of the African National Congress. You sat in on its meetings, presumably of the NEC, and you were a very active participating member of the ANC. Do you not think that the person who serves as Speaker for the duration that he or she serves as Speaker should refrain from active involvement in the politics of the political party that appointed him or her?
Chairperson, it's not a point on which I can express, violently strong views, but I don't see that there's any problem with the current system we have. We've had that system since Frini Jinwala, our first Speaker. We decided this is our system, and it has worked very well. Because also, Chairperson, every MP from every party comes from a political party space. That's why actually Parliament itself makes specific arrangements for them to satisfy that particular role of the reality of them having come from competition between political parties. And that competition in the election results in the people that get, the number of people that get elected, and they end up being the MPs. So that we must now pretend that this one person, the very president themselves, are president of their party. Everybody comes there as a member of a political party. But you get there and you learn how to play your role in a specific responsibility you get given in that space. So if you have to be the chief whip, you are a chief whip from a party. But you are also accepted and embraced as this person that coordinates the views of political parties represented by different chief whips. So sometimes, suddenly somebody just pretends there's a horrible thing happening. A person who's a national chairperson of a political party is also a speaker. It's that way. That's how it is everywhere in the world. You come from a political party, but you play a role, and the question is, are you playing your role according to the protocols of that role, of that office? Are you playing your role according to the rules of the institution of that particular office? And that's what guides a person who gets given the role of speaker. And I used to always say in Parliament, do you know that if you were to put to me a president of the country called F.W. de Klerk, I would play my role as speaker in relation to that president the very same way as I'm playing for a president who comes from my political party, because I understand the imperatives of the office I am in and the role I am playing when I'm sitting in that chair.
At a practical, at a practical level, if there is an issue that your party has to deliberate on and take a position on, and you are Speaker of the National Assembly, and that issue is going to come before you, and there are deliberations, you are part of the leadership of your party, would you recuse yourself from those deliberations, or would you be party to those deliberations? And if you would be, maybe irrespective of whether you would be part of the deliberations or not, if you have to make a decision now, wearing your hat as the Speaker, but you know that your party has taken a certain decision on the issue, maybe you were part of the deliberations, how does that work at a practical level? Is the position that there ought to be, and maybe there is understanding, that even if you are part of the deliberations, when you are sitting there, you are wearing a different cap, and therefore you are free to decide as you see it, and there should be no complaints from the party that you made that decision, maybe which they might not like? How does it work practically?
I don't know, Chairperson, whether you want us to go to the 8th of August.
I don't want
because it's a specific event.
I'm not
that
touching
happened.
anything.
You are not being specific, I know, but I'm saying your description sounds very much like it fits that occasion. It's a difficult moment. It's a very difficult moment, but it's a moment for which, if you've been Speaker, you've been playing every day. Because every day you have to apply the rules on members of Parliament, not political parties sitting in the House. When you are presiding over the House, you see individual members of Parliament who have rights, are allowed opportunities by the rules, and that's what determines how you see what's happening in that House at that moment. So that, because you've taken the oath, remember, so that oath is to your role as an impartial person. Not, in fact, the first time I had to make a ruling over an MP who had done something and I had to do something drastic or chase them out of the House or something, it was an ANC MP. So you can't play the role of an impartial arbiter if you are seeing parties. You must see ordinary individual members of Parliament who have rights in the House as people who have come to represent people out there. It has so happened, Chairperson, that in our lifetime, it is one of those things that have happened in my own life, in my own role, that I suddenly had to be in a space where there was this difficult choice of what position do I land on as the presiding officer, not as a member of caucus. The fortunate thing is that as Speaker, you hardly attend regular caucus meetings because the responsibilities you have on a regular basis are just so much that you will squeeze and make time and go all out to attend a particular caucus meeting of particular interest. Maybe there's one of the leaders from, maybe the president is coming or the deputy president or something like that. But it's a difficult decision, but you have to learn to play that role honestly, to it, to the office. No other consideration. And that's what happens. And yes, your neck can be chopped, and that possibility is always there. So as you take that position, you know your neck.
Yeah, I'm sure it can't be an easy position. Thank you, Mr. Freund.
Thank you.
I know, I see that I think we've done more than 2 hours. We could take a break, or if we are close to finishing, we could finish, but we could take a break and then come back.
I don't mind doing that. I'm in your hands. I could finish quite quickly if you'd like me to try to do so.
Well, as long as you do justice to...
Chair, I think 5 or 10 minutes would probably do it.
Would that still be fine with you?
It will be fine, Chairperson.
Okay, all right. Let's continue and then finish them.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Mbete, one of the instruments of oversight to which you draw attention in paragraph 10.4 of your affidavit is questions and answers. Yes. And you're clearly correct when you say that that is an oversight mechanism, and you're clearly correct when you say it's a mechanism that is used and has been used. But this commission has heard evidence of 2 types of problems in relation to questions and answers in the House. There's been evidence of failure to submit answers within the time required, or at all. And there's been evidence of questions that are simply evaded and never properly answered. Could you comment on both those problems, the delay issue and the evasion issue?
Well, with the delaying issue, we would have to rely on our management to assist us in following up. We would also use the mechanism of the structure of 3, which involved the Deputy President, who is the leader of government business, the Chief Whip, and the Speaker. We often put our heads together to deal with issues of that nature, so that the Deputy President would take those issues to cabinet meetings, and in fact, apparently a lot of naming and shaming would obtain in that space through the leader of government business. On the second one, Mr. Freund, you were saying?
Evasion. Answers
the
that
evasion,
aren't answered.
yes. That's one that usually created a lot of tension between me in the chair and probably the members of the opposition have been complaining about that here. But the point is, you cannot determine the words, the choice of words of a minister or a member of the executive. You can't choose their answers for them. And yes, I probably agree with this MP who's complaining, but they would kind of want to force me into a corner of determining and choosing the words for someone who's supposed to answer the question, which my answer would be, please ask a follow-up question. find another mechanism of pursuing the matter. But there is nothing I can do about the fact that the honorable member has answered. And in an unsatisfactory way, as far as you are concerned, I accept that maybe, but it's not a matter that is in my hands to determine.
Well, Ms. Mbete, I fully understand you.
Pardon?
I fully understand you when you say that the person who puts the question cannot dictate to the answerer what form of words the person answering will use. That's obviously correct. But is there not a difference between the way in which it's answered and whether it's answered in truth at all? And does the speaker not bear a responsibility to ensure that the question is in fact answered? And I have the impression that you don't accept that. So could you clarify your views?
Chairperson, I think it's unfair to expect the speaker to preempt an answer. The speaker receives the questions so that you apply your mind on them. Whether they are questions that are fair to the person to whom they are being posed, or perhaps they ought to be directed elsewhere, and those kinds of things. So, but to try and get the presiding officer into a role that they are actually not involved in, because I'm not in the executive. I simply am ensuring that they respond here to issues that are being raised in Parliament. To then want the speaker to go beyond that, I think is unfair.
Well, let me put it this way. Are you saying that even where, as the speaker, having listened to the question and having listened to the answer, it's clear to you that the member of minister has manifestly avoided the question and therefore has not answered the question, the speaker has no role to play? Or are you saying where it's manifestly clear that the question has not been answered, the minister has avoided to answer the question, the speaker has a role to play to say, Minister, you have not answered the question, but where there may be an argument whether he has answered, she has answered, or she has not, then the speaker should rather not get involved.
It's actually, Chairperson, the speaker must not be thrust into that space. It's an unfair role to try to make a presiding officer to determine whether the question is answered satisfactorily. It's not for them to determine that. They must ensure that they are presiding and the executive is there to answer the questions.
Yes.
But to say now you must figure out, and I mean, who determines what is fair and what is not fair? And most of the time, members of the executive want to give the information. So they welcome the opportunity to come to the House and answer questions by way of putting that information before Parliament and before the public representatives.
Are you saying that the remedy of the member of Parliament who is not satisfied with the answer is to ask a follow-up question?
To ask a follow-up question.
Yeah, and not ask the speaker to rule on whether the question, the answer is a proper answer or not. Okay, Mr. Freund.
Well, I want to just explore that a little further, because as I understand your own evidence, the right to ask questions and the right to ask questions is part of the oversight structures and the structures by which Parliament discharges its constitutional obligation to ensure that the executive is accountable to it. Now, if the Speaker can see that the executive is not answering a question, does the Speaker not have a responsibility to hold the executive to account? And when the Speaker can see that a question is not being answered, surely a duty does rest on the Speaker to require a question to be answered. Absent that, there can be no accountability.
Chairperson, I am strongly not agreeing with the notion of saying the Speaker can tell. Who says the Speaker can tell? The Speaker is there, has made sure that the questions got to the executive has come to the House, is answering the question. Why must you now put the Speaker into that space of determining what is right and the extent to which it is right? I can't know. You cannot know, and you must not put the Speaker in a position where the Speaker must determine, because the Speaker's interest is the information coming. That's what the Speaker is interested in. If the member is not satisfied, let them follow the matter up, not drag the presiding officer into that space.
Mr. Freund?
Finally, Ms. Mbete, Chair, unless you wanted to ask a question on that issue. Finally, I just want to take you very briefly to the events of the 8th of August 2017. I don't think that there's any factual controversy. I don't think there's anything in which we really need much evidence. The situation, as I understand it, is that you were, as a result of the judgment of the Constitutional Court, made aware that you had a discretion to exercise as to whether the ballot would be secret or not. You exercised that discretion by saying it would be secret on that particular occasion. And if I'm not mistaken, I think you even went further, but this I'd like you to confirm, to say that members should not suffer adverse consequences for voting in accordance with what they took to be their duties. Am I right in everything I put to you there?
I think so. I think that was put into, I cannot now firmly say I determined that, but I know that it was the condition. We were interested to ensure that the MPs felt free to exercise their own choice in the matter.
Thank you. Chair, I have no further questions.
Well, I think it's likely that it is true that you went further, as Mr. Freund suggests, because the Constitutional Court judgment, which obviously would have studied and received advice on,
yes,
was to that effect, as far as I recall.
Yes, Chairperson.
That there should be no adverse consequences to members of Parliament who decide to vote in a certain way.
Yes, Chairperson.
Yeah.
It's true. I remember now.
You remember now? Yes, yeah. Okay, Mr. Freund has finished his questions. I don't have any further questions.
Are you sure, Mr. Freund?
Listen, Betty, don't tempt fate. I could take you
don't tempt
trying not to prevail upon everybody, to burden everybody.
Thank you. Thank you,
Yes.
Chairperson.
I just want to confirm with your counsel that he has nothing. Mr. Semenya?
I do not have any questions,
Yes.
Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Mbete. We appreciate that you availed yourself, even in the evening, to come and assist the Commission.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I just want to once again thank everybody who has made it possible for the Commission to sit this evening, the staff, the technicians, of course, Ms. Mbete and her legal team, and the legal team, Mr. Freund, and everybody. Thank you to all of you. We'll now adjourn, and tomorrow I will be hearing evidence relating to Eskom during the day. That is just for the benefit of the public. We adjourn.